music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Blunt Kelly get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of jest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor blows the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity where they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steampunk Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
And thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Punch Show. I'm just taking care of dropping in a link right here for the folks on Twitter. Just 1 second here. We're going to change things up a little bit today. And I'm going to do something either stupid or awesome. And we'll find out which it is. But I have decided, I've gotten people, especially that disagree with me. Hello there, Kitty. I need to send you a link. Actually, the link is in the description to the StreamYard. So if you want to pop on, you can. But this is what I'm going to do different today. I'm going to talk for a little bit, and then I'm going to open up the floor. I've got, if you're on YouTube or you're on Twitter, there is a link to a StreamYard link right there. And you want to come on and argue with me, go ahead. I think, this might help with, just sorting out who the bots are. But I think it might also help us have a better conversation if we can actually look at each other and talk to each other. And so if you want to come on, I just ask that there are some simple rules you follow. All right. So these are the rules of debate we'll have. One, you have to, if you want to come on and rebut what I'm saying or agree with what I'm saying, you have to just respect these rules. Number one, what you say has to be true and verifiable. And what I say has to be true and verifiable. And if either one of us wants to call into question something that you said, we'll just use AI as a referee. And then, if you want to push back against what the AI says, that's fine. But, to a point, we're not going to get into an argument with AI. There are some things that are just factually true and some things that are factually not. And so the first rule is what we say has to be factually true and objectively true. The second thing is it has to be logically honest and actually relevant to the point we're making. So, if you say something about Obama and I say but Trump, that's the same as if I say something about Trump and you say but Obama. It's not, doesn't change what somebody else does, doesn't make what Trump or Obama did any better or worse. So it just has to be logically honest and factually honest. Those two things. The next thing is when you come on, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, whatever you want to say. And I won't interrupt you. You can just go with whatever you want to say. Then when you're done, then I will repeat back to you, not word for word, but I will repeat your argument back to you to show that I heard your argument and I understand what your argument is. And if I miss anything or if I got anything wrong, you'll have a chance to clarify that. And then after that, I get my turn. And we can go back and forth a few rounds and we can have a discussion, because this is, I think, what we need to have is honest discussions. And Patsy, do you mind if I pop you on screen for a second? Do you recognize what I just described?
Yeah.
What is that called? Like it's something I learned in marriage counseling.
Reflective listening.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's the word I was looking for. And that's what we're going to try. See, she's an expert in these things. So so we're going to just go with that. And as long as you stay honest, and also no profanity, because this is a monetized channel, so we can't have any cursing. So if you start cussing and stuff, I mean, like if you accidentally drop an F-bomb or something one time, I'm not gonna boot you off the channel. But if you go unhinged, then I'm just gonna boot you from the studio. So we have a discussion. Nathan says that's not a debate. Well, maybe I don't care if it's a debate or not. It's a discussion. It's an honest discussion. I don't know what you like think is fair about having a debate where it's dishonest, but if you want to have a discussion that gets somewhere, that finds truth, that has two different people that have two honest different opinions, then we should have the discussion honestly. And that's all I'm asking for, is honesty and having the ability to like learn from one another. So anyway, I'm going to go through some things. I've been married for 27 years, 28 years, and my wife is still with me. Thank you. Next May will be our 28th anniversary. And yes, there will be a 3-minute. Hey, if you could be the timekeeper, Kitty. So everything has to be so-called fact. Well, yes, fact-based. Yes. And backed up with evidence if it's questionable. If you want to call out something I say, then you can. And if I want to call out something you say, I can. But just sitting there saying things like Renee Good burned her children and, which is objectively wrong and false. You can't use lies to make your argument. I don't understand why that's hard. So this guy again. Islam is the only way. I don't know what much. All right. So anyway, did you want to say something? Sorry. Were you trying to say something?
Oh, I was said, it looks like we're having the debate of imaginary friends in the chat.
Yeah, so we'll see. Anyway, if you want to come on, I'm going to go through this a little bit. I'm just going to go through about a 15-minute preamble, if you will, on what the actual laws concerning ICE are and when they're allowed to detain something and what, I'm just going to set up the groundwork for the show. Then we can have whatever debate you want to have. And if you want to come on here and debate, you're more than welcome to it. And, I'm up for an honest discussion and I'm up to learn from you. It's just, if you're willing to learn from me also. Good should have minded her business. Well, she was minding her business, but all right. Okay, so there's somebody all full of courage, insults me, says I'm not married. Whatever. I have a feeling. Do they pay you in rubles or dollars? I'm just curious. How many rubles did you get for that comment? Oh. So yeah, we're gonna. So Kitty was just telling me that SCOTUS heard the trans case this morning. I'm gonna avoid that conversation right now. A debate is also about thoughts and opinions. Yes, and you're allowed to have thoughts and opinions, but your thoughts and opinions need to be based on facts. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like your opinion is only as valuable as the facts which it is based upon. And so, yes, you're allowed to have thoughts and opinions. You're just not allowed to have lies and fallacies. Like, I don't understand what you're protesting here.
Can I ask, so an example of a fact versus an opinion, let's say January 6th is the topic. Let's pretend that's the topic, or at least getting brought up. Is it considered a fact that it was an insurrection versus a protest?
No, okay. I would say what's not what the facts are on January 6th is that
Mhm.
2,000 people, or somewhere around that,
Mm-hmm.
invaded the Capitol building and stop the congressional hearing from happening, or the congressional vote,
Attempted.
at
Yeah.
least temporarily, right? Like, those are the facts. The facts are the things. Now, how you interpret those facts are different. Like, it is a fact that there were weapons, people charged with weapons. So if somebody were to say they didn't have any weapons, that's
Okay.
factually wrong, because
Okay.
there were people charged with having weapons.
Okay.
You can say, was it a tourist activity? Well, no. I mean, I think then you're getting into something wrong. But like, what did Donald Trump want them there? Like, that's an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to base that opinion on facts.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have an opinion about that, and I feel like it's factually grounded. But if people have a different opinion, then their opinion has to be based
Okay.
on facts. But if they say things like,
I feel like having
Yeah.
some good examples about hot topics might be
Yeah.
important.
so like, did Nancy Pelosi prevent Donald Trump from letting the National Guard in there? That's a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution says that the President of the United States has control over the National Guard, not the Speaker of the House. So there's no way she could. So that is not a fact. I know Donald Trump says that happened, but it couldn't happen. So that's like, who controls the National Guard is a matter of constitutional fact.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't know. An ICE supporting woman is live on YouTube right now, and she didn't even know what Title I says, but somehow she thinks she did debunk me on. Okay, I don't know what any of the things you're talking about are, but and I mean, I can't really answer for what another channel says, and I don't know what you mean by Title I. But this is another great reason to have these, like, actual discussions, right? So if somebody wants to come on and talk to me about Title I, I can say I don't know what Title I is, and then they can explain to me what Title I is, and then I can, if I don't think that it sounds right, I can always say, well, let me check and see what what the facts are on that. And then I can learn. If there's something to learn, I can learn. If there's something to learn that I have, they can learn. That's what this is about. That's the goal. It's not about arguing. It's not about proving you're right. It's about finding common agreement. Like, that's the whole idea with reflective listening, right? Is that you come to common understanding.
The Unfuck America people, I know it's no profanity, but that's their name proper. They tour campuses and try to have these types of debates. They actually do a pretty good job.
So I'm gonna pop you off just so that that sounds dirty, but I'm gonna drop you off the screen for a minute, because I'm gonna show the dashboard, and we're just gonna quickly walk through what the actual policy that ICE is using to detain American citizens is, what the law is, and whether or not they're actually stretching that beyond what it should be. And after that, you guys I'll invite you up. There's the StreamYard link. Anybody that wants to can click on that, and they can join me on the show and be heard. If you don't want your face shown, you can just mute your camera and just have the audio on. You don't have to show the world how good looking you are if you don't want to. But let's go ahead, and I won't judge you if you have a Russian accent. But I'm going to show you the screen now for the dashboard. Okay. Oh. Okay, so here's the processes, punishment, how ICE suppresses rights without prosecution. Because the question here is that you have, on the one hand, you have a right to protest, right? And then on the other hand, ICE has a right to carry out their jobs. So what happens if the protests interfere with the ICE doing their job? I think that's a fair, honest way of looking at the conflict. People that support ICE will say that when you're following them around and honking their horns and warning immigrants that, ICE is coming, that's interfering with the arrest and is therefore obstruction of justice. Other people will say that's all First Amendment right protected. What does the actual law say? So a pattern of analysis of arrest for interfering, I'm just going to go through both. Well, the first, let's just look at the laws. I'll skip down here. It says 18 USC 111 is the legal standard. This is the actual statute that ICE provides when they're warning people, I'm going to arrest you, and they say that this is the law that is being broken. Okay, and it says whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or account of the performance of official duties. And so the key word in all of this is forcibly. What does forcibly mean? Does honking your horn constitute forcibly? The Ninth Circuit held in U.S. versus Lemma, I don't know, Lemonakis, that forcibly modifies all subsequent verbs, meaning that the statute requires physical force or violent conduct. Recording from a distance, verbal protest, and peaceful presence do not meet this threshold. So following ICE around, based on actual court ruling, does not constitute forcible restraint. You have to balance with the whole thing the constitutional right to protest. And like the whole idea of protesting is you're protesting things that you don't agree with should be legal or illegal. Like you're protesting the law. So just saying, well, they're protesting ICE from doing their jobs and deporting immigrants. Well, the problem is that people actually have problems with that. And that's the whole First Amendment. So where does the First Amendment end and where does the rights of the ICE agents begin? And according to the actual statute that ICE actually says, and the way courts have interpreted that, it ends with forcibly, like physically stopping or physically restraining. So if I like yell and honk my horn, that's not a physical action. It's not a forcible action. But if I were to put my hands around the ICE agent and tackle them, that would be a physical interaction, and that would be illegal. And this is not just about Renee Good, by the way. There are over 170 civilians that have been arrested, and just in Minnesota right now, it's just pure chaos. And I don't know why ICE agents are up there in response to a fraud investigation. I mean, it should be accountants, not ICE agents. And they're basically just terrorizing the entire city of Minneapolis and half the state of Minnesota. I have family up there that like just law-abiding people that have nothing to do with anything are just basically terrified to go out of their own homes, especially if they're a minority. You have ICE agents just walking up to brown people and demanding to see their ID. And if they don't have them, then, They're being forced off somewhere. So you shouldn't have to carry around ID because you're brown. So let's look at this some more. All right. So what happens is ICE will use this charge to arrest people, but not prosecute people. So the estimated number of arrests is 247 individuals arrested for alleged interference with ICE operations during protests and documentation. 3.2% of them have been prosecuted, and 0.8% have been convicted. So that would be 2. And they spend an average of 8.3 hours in jail or detained. So there is clearly a big difference between the genuinely being charged for this and just charging people to take them out of the way. Which, if you're charging people just to take them out of the way, just to punish them for protesting, then ICE is violating the First Amendment rights. Because there are First Amendment rights. Even if you don't agree with what people are saying, they still have the right to say it. So evidence of a deliberate pattern. You have repeated officers. Some officers make multiple arrests for interference that never result in prosecution, including knowledge that conduct doesn't meet statutory requirements. So you have some ICE officers where they are using this as a weapon, not as like enforcing the law or actually using it honestly. Targeting documentation, disproportionate arrests of individuals with cameras, legal observers with visible identification, and known activists, not random bystanders. And legal observers are constitutionally protected. They are not interfering. They actually know what their rights are. Following ICE around is legally protected. Driving in front of ICE and parking your car, that's a different thing. The whole Renee Good thing is a little dicey because she wasn't blocking traffic. People were driving by, but this is more physically preventing them from being able to do their job, which if they could drive past her, they weren't physically prevented from being able to do their job. Operational timing. Arrests coincide with high-profile operations. When documentation would be the most valuable, then individuals are released after operations conclude. So, this just reinforces that they're not actually trying to enforce the law. They're just trying to move annoyances out of the way. And you're allowed to annoy ICE. You're legally allowed to annoy ICE. Continuation despite knowledge. Pattern persists over years despite consistent failure to prosecute, indicating arrests serve a different purpose than law enforcement. Protected activity. Arrested individuals were engaged in First Amendment protected activity, recording from public spaces, verbal protest, legal observation. And this is goes back to a case called Hill versus Houston. Houston tried to make it illegal to, do this kind of thing. And I can't remember the exact quote. It's a good quote. It says like the ability to observe and document these things is what prevents us from being a police state. From the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court that wrote the opinion that overturned the law that Houston wrote. The city of Houston. No corrective action. Despite extremely low prosecution rates, no evidence of training changes, officer discipline, or policy adjustments to prevent baseless arrests. Okay, constitutional violations. The pattern implicates multiple constitutional protections. Fourth Amendment, arrest without probable cause that a crime occurred. If officers' new conduct doesn't meet 18 USC 111's forcible requirement, there's no basis for arrest. Each baseless arrest is a constitutional violation. First Amendment, arresting individuals for recording, observing, and protesting creates a chilling effect on protected speech and press activity. The pattern specifically targets documentation of government action. And the Fifth Amendment, using process as punishment. Subjecting individuals to arrest, detention, and booking without conviction denies due process. The arrest becomes the punishment without any legal finding or wrongdoing. So why does it persist? I'm going to check real quick on the comments here, see if how much anger I've generated. Adolf, Trump, ICE, January 6th, and MAGA are terrorists and traitors. Hey, lady, you're... Well, I don't know what all that's about. It wasn't an insurrection. It was planned and provoked by outside forces like the FBI agents that were there. Okay. People were holding flags that they called those weapons. No, there were people that had, like, were convicted of holding guns and stuff. Like, there's an actual history there. Like, and yes, people were not holding flags, convicted of holding flags. People were convicted of beating officers with flagpoles. She looks like the lead. I don't know. Facts don't need interpreted. No, facts don't need interpretation. I didn't say they did. I said opinions need facts. I never said facts need interpretation. Like, an opinion should be supported by facts. And facts stand alone. They're independent of my opinion. Facts are true whether I believe them or not. Facts are true whether you believe them or not. Facts are true whether either of us exists or not. They are independent and stand alone and are true in and of themselves. Nancy Pelosi did not admit that. Okay, anyway, let's go back to, we're getting... All right, so do you realize the majority of the population in Texas, a Republican state, are Spanish speaking as of the last... Oh, you're talking this. Did you not see Good stop and wave the vehicles to go past her? So she did not block or impede anybody. Right. The last words Renee Good said were, "I'm not mad at you, bro. You're just doing your job." Then proceeded her way to be shot 3 times and be told by the person she said, "I'm not bad at you, not mad at you, bro." Told her, "You bleeping bleep." So they chose Minnesota for a reason. Not densely populated, relatively low weapon to citizen ratio. Oman and Walls are there trying to get used to this. I think that there is a real, for some reason, Donald Trump has just taken like this really vile disliking to Oman and Somalians in general. He's just got so much hatred of Somalians. Peer-reviewed science. Is there a chat somewhere? Are you on the for some reason? So what happens, Rabbit, is I have on YouTube, I stream to both, like the big screen. Like if you're on a laptop, you'll see it on a big screen, and I also stream on a vertical feed, which people on their phones get. And for some reason, they have the chats different. So all the chats that you're not seeing are because they're on the vertical chat. And that's not something I can fix. Okay, I don't know what happened there. The speech today was something else. What speech? I don't know what speech you're talking about. I didn't see a speech. Who made a speech? I have trouble coming to terms why people think it is a symbol of virility. Meanwhile, Pumpkin Plays Phantom of the Opera at full volume and interior decorates. I don't know what, anyway, there's some sort of discussion going on that I don't understand. I don't know that I missed too much of. I don't debate with people that have blank accounts. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the reasons I want to, like, invite everybody that, like, if you want to debate with me, come on the show, click on that link. I think you can click on the link, or just copy and paste it into your address bar. And then, come on the show. It's in the descriptions. But I feel like that maybe will help filter out the bots versus the real people. Everybody here saying good wasn't impeding traffic clearly hasn't seen the 3-minute video of her stopped sideways. Well, there were people driving past her. And that's why people were saying that she didn't move. And like even Jonathan Ross drove past her before he parked his car. So that to say she was blocking the road is overly dramatic. You can say she was blocking part of one lane, but she wasn't blocking the road. People could drive past, and we know this because even Jonathan Ross drove past. There is nothing more than revenge against Watts for. I think that is part of that. I think that's part of it. I think he's mad that he keeps losing Minnesota. I think he's also just a little bit unhinged and deranged at this point. I think that for some reason, Somalian people, he's had this, like, every time he talks about Somalians, he's got a special hatred in his heart for Somalians for some reason. I don't know if, like, he got dumped by a Somalian woman at some point or by ICE surrounding her vehicle. Please watch full videos, not just the clip that Fox wants you to see. Zach, not without leaving their lane. Can they go around this? No, I mean, impeding traffic. Can I explain a little bit of the difference here? So easy. For ICE to be able to arrest her, they would have to prove that based on this law that we're discussing here, is that she was physically preventing them from being able to do their job. Okay. Since they could drive around, they can't do that. And so that is not something in their purview. Now, whether or not she was doing a traffic violation is another thing. Like, you could argue that she was violating traffic laws, but ICE is not allowed to enforce local traffic laws. Like, ICE has very limited scope in terms of how they can interact with and arrest Americans. And it has to be either they're physically preventing ICE agents from being able to do their job, they're serving a warrant, and if I can remember this correctly, like they're physically assaulting an ICE officer or something like that. But they have no, like if they're witnessing somebody commit a federal crime. That was the third one. A federal crime. It's got to be a federal crime. Like they can't watch somebody shoplift and then arrest them for that, because shoplifting is not a federal crime. Now, if they watch somebody kidnap somebody, they could arrest them for that because kidnapping is a federal crime. She was not committing a federal crime, and she wasn't preventing ICE from being able to do their job because ICE could drive around. So there's a big distinction between that other lane being open and not being open. No, the key word here is actually impeding. It's literally impeding. And not the key word is actually forcibly impeding. As the law says, and as I already went through with the court case history. Um, speaking as a therapist, you'd be, yeah. Speaking as a man that's been married for 28 years, I can tell you that she is right. There's something about not just being heard, but there's also something about hearing. Like when you can take the oxygen out of the fire and just turn into an actual conversation where you're actually talking to each other as human beings, I feel like we can go a long way. No, because it's still going on, RJ. Are you a real person? You're one of I'm not sure if you're a real person or a bot. Easy to say she's blocking the road is irrelevant. The punishment for that is not death. Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers, maggot. I'm not going to wish anybody to die. Maybe RJ will have maybe he'll have a coding glitch. No, she was not blocking the road. Again, people were driving around her, so she wasn't blocking the road. This is when I say facts matter. Okay? This is when I say facts matter, because that's a fact. It is not my opinion that people were able to drive around her. Now, where the opinion comes in is whether or not her blocking one side of the road amounts to her forcibly preventing ICE agents from being able to do their job. Now, my opinion is the fact that he drove past her means that she was not preventing him from doing his job. Now, if you want to say she was committing a civil offense, yes. But the facts are he doesn't have any control over her committing a civil offense. So since the only thing that he had to detain her on was a civil offense, and he is a federal agent, he had no business approaching her. He had no business telling her to get out of her car. He had no business pulling his gun out and shooting her in the head. Everything that followed from that, everything that followed from him assuming that he had authority he did not have, is all poison. It's all because he tried to enforce something he did not have the authority to enforce. So when you talk about following the laws and enforcing the laws, the people that enforce the laws need to follow the laws too. Otherwise, you have no law at all. And he broke the law. No, but if you're welcome to come on and challenge what I am saying and why I'm crazy. You click on the link. You're free to come on, but it just has to be, one, you have to say what you say has to be factual. Two, what you have to say has to be logically honest. And three, you can't swear. She wasn't blocking the road. We've been through this. I don't know how many times you need to hear that. She did not hit a cop, or she did. It's very hard to say. Most people, honestly, most people do not see her hitting the cop. But again, all of this was because he tried to do something he shouldn't have done. We can ignore that and just pretend that nothing else matters, but it does. According to like legal things and actual laws and stuff like that, you can't just in all of this, there's something that the court looks at and calls the totality of the circumstance. Okay. And when it looks at whether a shooting is justified, it's not just like the 1 second where something happened. Then there's the totality of the circumstances. Part of the totality of the circumstances here is that he initiated the whole thing. People are saying she put herself in that situation. She did not put herself in that situation. He put her in that situation when he illegally tried to enforce laws he did not have the authority to enforce. Okay, I'm really glad for your very sound legal opinion, Mr. Good Citizen, but I'm just curious as to where you got your legal training from. I'm looking at this from a legal point, not a moral point. I'm looking at it from a legal point. From a legal point, he had no legal right to detain her. Keep protecting the murderers, capitals. What about the ones that, anyway, so this is just general hate screed. Peter, no one here is supporting Trump. Wrong chat. I was going to go there. Actually, sound wars have force. Not according to the Supreme Court. According to the Supreme Court, yelling is not impeding. Or not the Supreme Court. It was the appeals court. Following ICE is against the law. No, it is not. Following ICE is, now, if you were to get in their way and, not move your car, that maybe would be. She wasn't fleeing arrest, and he had no legal right to arrest her for her to flee from. And I never heard him say she was under arrest. He told her to get out of the car, if you want to get technical. These are clearly not real federal officers. That's why there's no identities. Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, KKK in March, January 6ers, and the neo-Nazis. Always low T pink armed tubby boys, flat top haircut. Yeah. There's the guy that's in charge over there. I wish I had the picture. I don't know if you saw, what is that movie that Sean Penn's in? The new Sean Penn movie. It's on HBO now. But it's hilarious. He looks like Sean Penn's character in that movie. Hang on, I'll tell you the name. One Battle After Another. So yeah, he looks just like Sean Penn's character in One Battle After Another. No, she was not impeding because they could still go. They could still drive past her. I don't know how many ways, we're not just going to keep repeating the same argument again and again and again. It's a loop. She was parked sideways, and she wasn't there all day. She was there for 3 minutes, and she wasn't stopping anyone from driving by because they drove by. If ICE drove past her, she was not impeding ICE from being able to drive past her. She wasn't under arrest. They weren't there for her. She's white, you idiots. Oh, I think they're saying that he was trying to arrest her for parking illegally, not to, although, no, the video you saw does not show cars lined up. The video shows cars driving past her, and including, again, the cars started lining up after the shooting happened. Jonathan Ross actually drove past her before he parked his car and came up to her. This is in the video. I don't know did you not see this video? Is this not the AI video that you watched? Watch the full video, hon. Not lined up in the, hey, easy mentality. There are some AI videos that have been out there that you can spot. You know, one way you can tell an AI video, just so you know, for anything, whether it's a cute cat video or whatever, AI videos tend to be 4 seconds or 8 seconds. Most of them are 4 seconds or 8 seconds. If you see a video that's exactly 4 seconds or 8 seconds, it's almost guaranteed it's going to be AI. Sometimes it can just be coincidentally an 8-second video, but that's the standard length that you generate AI videos in. So there's an AI video that's all over Facebook where it shows the cop that John Ross was not only hit but dragged, and that's an exactly 8-second video. And it's obviously an AI video because he's not shooting her in the parts where he's supposed to be shooting her. So there's it's showing things that no other video shows, and it's also not showing the things that all the other videos show. And it's broken by this Facebook page that, you know, generates fake AI videos. So, no, there are definitely people that can dismiss things they don't want to see as AI video. I'm not going to dismiss that. But there are also AI videos, and you can't dismiss that. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, yeah, you're telling him. Yeah. Even according to his own video, he drove past the car. Nobody. I don't know where we're getting sonic. I don't know where sonic weapons are coming in. Anyway. Have you seen the newly released video? The newly released video. Like, oh, it's a newly released video. At this point, if there's any newly released video, then it's probably AI video. If you're talking about the one I was just talking about, where the cop is being pushed out of the way by the car, yeah, that's fake. That's an AI video for the reasons that I mentioned. One, it's just obviously AI, and B, it's not just that it's showing something new, it's missing things that we know to be true. And third, it was released by a Facebook page that releases AI videos. If you can understand facts, the fact is she wasn't blocking ICE. ICE has no jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. The police should have been called and allowed to arrest Good. Yeah, if he was really, really concerned about her blocking one lane and waving people past, you can literally see her waving people past. She wasn't even trying to block people. She's like, go around, go around. I don't know what, I think she probably what happened. And you've got people saying she was sitting there for hours and hours, as though, like, why would, you know, and then, you know, you get this video that shows her, you know, like sitting there, you know, and it's like, come on, think about it. Like, why is somebody just sitting there filming her, you know, parked there? She wasn't doing anything. It sounds like what happened is she was coming home from dropping her kids off at school. She saw a bunch of stuff going on ahead of her, and she was just trying to do a 3-point turn, and then people were driving past, and she was waving them past, and then she was just going to go around. Then Ross gets all testosterone high and decides he's got to tell this woman what to do, because that's what real men do, is they tell women what to do, and those women must obey or they die. And then when she didn't obey, she died. There is just his last words to her told me exactly what kind of man he is. Redacted is, I like that. His nickname now is Redacted, is trying to start World War III because he doesn't want to be convicted of his child predation. He is federal law enforcement, which means he can enforce federal laws. He's not a state cop. He's not a Minnesota cop. He's not a Minneapolis cop. He's not MPD. He can't enforce local laws. Federal law enforcement cannot enforce local laws. And especially ICE, and it's only very, very specific circumstances where ICE has any authority over any American citizen. Self-defense stops applying when he is no longer in danger. That's that. So there's some things about this, okay? First of all, as Zach is saying, self-defense stops applying when he's no longer in danger. So all 3 shots came from the side of the car. You can see where he is positioned for all 3 shots, and all 3 shots, he's the side of the car. There's, I think it's Adam Hall is an officer where he had a similar situation where he fired 6 shots from the side of the vehicle. Started off, he was in front of it. The vehicle was going back. He moved out of the way. He moved to the side, and he fired 6 shots into the driver. And you know where he is now? You know where that cop is that did that? He is in jail, because it was determined once he was no longer in danger and he was out of the path of the vehicle, defense, or self-defense was no longer justification for lethal force. Number two, there's something called officer-induced jeopardy, and that means that the officer can't create the jeopardy that they put themselves in. The officer cannot, stand in front of the vehicle and then say you put them in danger. The officer has an obligation to stay out of the way of the front of the vehicle, to stay out of danger. And this actually is really relevant because this is also Department of Homeland Security procedure. And what happened is back around 2012, I think it was, there was somebody noticed a pattern of all these officers that were killing people. There were like a dozen people that got shot, and every single time it was because they were trying to use their vehicle as a weapon. And so what they found out, they looked into it, and all these instances, the cop was putting himself in front of the car and then saying that, his life was in danger. And so DHS changed their policy, and they said that the officer shouldn't put himself in front of a car. And they said in policy about lethal force that you cannot use lethal force if getting out of the way is a possibility. So it's not only against the law, it's also against DHS policy. So but I know that you'll just ignore this. Not you, Zach, obviously, but I've said this so many times and I keep hearing just the same arguments. That's the frustration. That's why I would love it if you guys could come on here and actually have an honest debate instead of just repeating the same things. I just answered that, but but he didn't. Okay, liberals are some of the most arrogant, condescending, smart Alex, but they're just pure ignorant and they fit the bill. Okay, what did I say that's wrong, RJ? They blocked her as she was trying to leave, not the other way around. That's fair. That's a valid argument. She wasn't trying to impede a federal investigation, and she wasn't impeding one because they were driving around her. Okay. Except that what I'm saying, I'm actually quoting what the court cases are and what the laws are, and you're just telling me I'm ignorant. So what am I ignorant of? Tell me what laws I am misstating. Tell me what Houston versus Hill really said. Tell me the actual legal history regarding this. Since I'm ignorant and you know what you're talking about, go ahead and explain to me. Have a discussion instead of just sticking your fingers in your ear and screaming, no, I don't want to hear it. RJ is rather be an American than a maggot. Definitely a defection from the files, which we haven't talked about the files, and we haven't talked about insurance premiums doubling. And it's like, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, that's all true. And on the other hand, right now, the entire state of Minnesota is living in fear as ICE agents act like Gestapo, going around knocking on every single door, demanding that you show your papers or you're going to go to jail. The difference between ICE and Gestapo now is just what kind of papers they're looking for and who they're looking for papers from. I gotta hang on a second. I just realized my battery's about to die. I thought my laptop was plugged in. All right. Thank you for waiting. Okay, so she was in the way. No, she wasn't, because he drove around her. He drove around her. How can you say she was in his way when he drove around her? Okay, so anyway. Okay, that's just broad-based smear. Doesn't do anything. Anybody want to come on here and actually, put their money where their mouth is and actually have a real debate? Go ahead. I think most people don't think it's possible that a person in power would do some of the things he's doing to distract public. They can't get their mind around it. Billionaire playground. And he's also invaded Venezuela, and he's calling himself president of Venezuela, whatever that means. And he's talking about invading Greenland. He's talking about ending NATO. He's talking about ending NATO for national security. He is saying some of the most unhinged, deranged, psychopathic, sociopathic, nonsensical, gibberish, garbly, stupid things that I've ever heard in my life. And, and it's like, oh, that's true. And still, there are people in Minnesota, including my own family, that live in fear of the Gestapo. RJS, like the 5-day work week and civil rights and modern infrastructure. Yeah, all libs have as good intentions. I parked in the middle of the street on that one. White liberal men are hilarious. This is funny. Oh, good, man. I am telling you, I got to say, sometimes I think, that is like the best zinger ever. And then there's like another one comes along, and I'm just astounded by the barb, the sharpness of it, and the subtlety and the cleverness and just the acuity of it. Like it's got everything, and it's still funny, and it's just like there's this amazing retort, and I just want to congratulate you, Glenn, on raising the bar anymore by saying white liberal men are hilarious, because that's just really, that is an astounding comment. You should be praised. You deserve a cookie. I don't know if your mom's still there, but you should go tell her, and like, you have earned your cookie today. Brett says, I'm not a liberal, so what's your point? Glenn, not nearly as funny as grown men people wearing political merch. MAGA equals make America grift again. Oh, they still haven't gotten their phones either. Oh, sorry. Do you go? All right. Okay. So nobody's ever going to agree on things like the car impeding or not. If Renee was right or wrong, why Minnesota, and why is it happening? It's a better question. And that's really, I think, what we need to do is get past this, and like just the one argument about Renee Good and the broader argument. I put together a video today, 20 minutes long, of just ICE agents going around and harassing American citizens, beating them, arresting them. They're grabbing them and beating them and throwing them in the car and then taking them somewhere else and just dumping them in a sidewalk. All of this is, and under the auspices of this USC 111, 18 USC 111, this law that they are allegedly enforcing, and but never prosecuting. When you keep having people arrested, actually, I think we're done with that dashboard. If you keep arresting people for the same thing and never charging them with it, that should tell you something. That should make you ask questions. And I don't care if you're a liberal or a Republican. Like, to me, Republicans, they're the ones that always were like fearing the feds, right? You had the one guy on here earlier that was talking about how the FBI infiltrated the January 6th crowd, and they're the ones that actually instigated all that nonsense. They distrust the FBI, but then they trust the FBI now. And anyway, when the FBI is sitting there and keeps arresting people and beating the crap out of them and then letting them go in a parking lot somewhere, you should be asking questions about who really trusts the government and who, as long as they're beating up libs, you're okay with it. I just want to remind you of the last part of that poem that says, "And when they came for me, there was nobody left to stand for me." All these people that were all along, when the Nazis were getting, bounced off of Twitter, they're like, "Oh, I don't have to agree with what you say to fight for your right to say for it or to say it." Well, where are you now? Where's your courage now? If you don't agree with, you don't have to agree with me to fight for my rights to say it. Why aren't you fighting for my rights to say it? Or did you never mean that? Did you just mean that you agreed with the Nazis? Which is it? You can't have it both ways. You can't only be defending what Nazis have the right to say and then not be a Nazi. Denmark is ranked number 1 on the least corrupt countries. America is number 28. I think we're falling fast. Donald Trump is so far and away the most corrupt president, and I would say politician in American history. It's not even close. There's not even a second place. There's not even a 9th place. You have to go all the way down to like 10th, and then you get to Richard Nixon. Resistance, 100% what it is. And it's a constitutional right. We have the right. Just like you had the right, not you, Zach, but Republicans had the right to not just go along the line with everything that Biden said. We didn't sit there the whole time and just say, deal with it. Didn't say you don't have a right to protest. I mean, some of your protests were kind of dumb and inane. Like, let's go, Brandon, as though that somehow, I had Christian friends that would, sit there and say, let's go, Brandon. And, I'd be like, have you explained to your kids what that means? White liberals are the most racist people I've ever met in my entire life. They definitely, simply because they are. I don't know what that means. I don't think you even know what racism means, RJ. You don't seem like a very well-read person. I honestly, you don't. You seem kind of ignorant to me. Your use of language, your syntax, your everything about you just screams you learned everything you know from like right-wing extremist podcasts. Someone handed that crazy, I don't know what that means. What is redacted? She's referring to Donald Trump as redacted. Because his name is redacted over and over again in the Epstein files. RJS want to try that again. So anyway, I'm once again just going to throw this out there. Anybody wants to come on and actually have a real discussion, you're open to it. The link to the podcast is right up there in the descriptions column or in the description spot. You just have to stay true to facts and honesty and not swear, and make sure that you stay within your time limit and all of that. Like, just have an honest debate. Liberals want the government to get bigger and they want to drive smaller cars, and all right, why do you talk about what liberals want? This is a classic sort of conservative talking point, is just to say liberals want the government to get bigger, as though I never even understood what that means. What and it's never an honest thing. Like, if I were to ask liberals, do you want the government to get bigger? It's like, not even to me, bigger or smaller doesn't matter. I want the government to be able to do certain functions. Like, I want the government to do certain things. It's not about how big it is that matters to me. It's about how functional it is. And Republicans, to me, want to make the government less functional. And we can have that debate. Where should government, like, what is the role of government? And that would be an honest discussion. Like, I can understand some people think that the role of government should include providing health care, or at least providing the means to receive health care, like either paying for it indirectly or providing it directly, right? And other people would say, no, healthcare is not a right, and the government shouldn't have anything to do with it. And that would be like an actual discussion. It has nothing to do with what the size of government is. Has to do with what the function of government is. But I think that the reason conservatives tend to not want to have the discussion about what government does is because they know that they'd be on the losing side of that discussion. And if there were like, those were the things that we were actually voting on. Like most Americans, I think the majority of Americans, by a large percentage. Let me see, I'll check just to make sure I'm not full of crap here. I'm just going to ask Claude, what percent of Americans want some sort of universal health care? So we'll see what the polling is on this. We'll just go over here and we'll see what Claude has to say. And I think this is where we need to be at, right? Like having, based on recent polling, around 59 to 62% of Americans support some form of universal health care. The specifics vary depending on how the question is framed. An economist, YouTube found 59% back Medicare for all, with only 27% opposed. A Gallup poll from December 2024 found 62% should believe the federal government should ensure all Americans have health care coverage. Okay, so this is what I mean. Like in terms of whether or not you want to talk about how big the government is, I want to talk about what the government should do. And it's easy to say small government because it's a misleading argument. It doesn't have anything to do with anything, because whether government is too big or too small is all relative to what it should be doing. I think government should be big enough to do what it is supposed to do. That's in terms of the size of the government. And I think one of the things the government should do is provide health care. And as a taxpayer, I have a right to voice my opinion on that and to vote according to that. Any stupid ass can have a... Tim Pool didn't prove that to you already? Awesome. What's your podcast? Okay, I was trying to send the rest of the sentence because it wouldn't all fit here in the link. Thank you very much. Hey, how is your day? Oh, Brett's been on here all day, the whole time. RJS want to inspect people before they go into a restroom, but thinks Democrats want big government. And that's another great point, Zach, because it's like when we talk about what government should do, right? Like it's not about big versus small. It's what should government do? Should government be charged in charge of determining where you pee? You know, or like I would much rather have government making sure that I can live and receive health care and not be so concerned with whether or not I pee. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to mute myself for a minute. My wife left the refrigerator open and the beeping was happening. So had to tell we've got, like, do you have the Google speaker things? They're cool. or Amazon ones or whatever. RJ's wanted to inspect people before they go into a restaurant. I wrapped things up early today, so I got a lot of free time now. Awesomeness. Hey, Lord Dementus, how you doing today? How you doing? I missed you yesterday. I was looking for you. Didn't see you. The whole gang is here. Skippy's here too. I saw Skippy not too long ago. All too often, when liberals cite statistics, they forget the statistician's warning. No, I'm not forgetting about what is causation and correlation here. This is just an opinion poll. You know who doesn't know the difference between correlation and causation? It's Donald Trump, by the way. He was talking today about how the stock markets are always go up when interest rates go down, or interest rates go down when the stock markets go up. Actually, what happens is stock markets go up when interest rates go down. And he's confusing when you raise and lower interest rates with inflation rates versus the stock market. But sure, RJ, if you want to cite for me what specific statistics that I am misrepresenting correlation versus causation on, go right ahead. Come on the show. Have a conversation with me. It looked to me like he's out of the way by the time he fired. Yeah, the second and third shots. I've seen a lot of defense attorneys that have been like, the first shot is questionable, but the second and third shots, I wouldn't want to be his defense attorney. And even the first shot there's a lot to that because of the totality of circumstances, whether or not she actually hit him, the fact that he put himself in front of the car in the first place. But anyway, I am so tired of talking about that whole incident. I think the larger issue is that right now, ICE is going around terrorizing like American citizens. There's so many American citizens that are being arrested and detained. They're not being beaten. There's like videotape of beating them. And these aren't immigrants. They're under, you're impeding an investigation, but they're not being charged. They're just being arrested and not charged, which, goes back to what I was talking about from the beginning, which is ICE is not actually enforcing the law. ICE is just preventing American citizens from doing their First Amendment right, which is to protest. And that should concern you regardless of what your political opinion is. You should be like, the Second Amendment protects the first crowd has suddenly gotten real quiet about the first. I don't need your Second Amendment to protect me, but you should come out and say, look, there is still a right to protest in this country. If you think January 6th was a protest, then how can you say that following an ICE agent isn't? You don't like it. You don't. Anyway, whatever. I'm just through with you, RJ. You haven't said anything with integrity. Why don't the bots and the trolls go to Fox News so they can fold their arms and nod their head in agreement? Why are they trying to shut everyone else up with flooding and distractions? Amen. It's like, go to your little holes. I mean, the truth. So, Billy, hi. You've been commenting a lot. I really appreciate your input, and I just haven't given you a greeting yet. So welcome to the show. I think I might have seen you here before, but I'm not sure. She actually, we're not going to go through all that again. It's only been like 400 times in the last 3 days because it's a football game to them. My side's winning, your side is losing, and that's another thing. Is it's just like this whole, owning the libs thing, right? Like, first of all, you don't really own us. Like, that's just a Republican thing. Like, nobody takes a victory lap around an L like a Republican. You're not owning us. You're coming up with these dumb zingers and going, melt snowflake. I'm drinking liberal tears. You know, like these are things that are happening. Oh, you're crying. Oh, you know, it's like, are you in 5th grade? There are adults here worried about the very future of our country, having an adult conversation, and we can't even have adults participate in it from the right. Like, I am inviting you. I am encouraging you. I'm pleading with you. Not you, Zach. I don't know why I always end up on these rants with you on there. But I'm pleading with you. Come on the show. You've got a link right there. Can any of you actually show up? Redacted as a diddler. That sounds like a country song. That should. I'm gonna have to come. I'm gonna make. Can I make a country song out of that, Skippy? Redacted is a diddler. Used to be a fiddler. Okay, you're wrong on that one, Zach. There's more of us patriots than there are. Like, anyway, RJ, you're just, please act like a grown up. Of the 30% who voted, and it's not. I mean, it's like taking one election as the mandate of what the entire American people, when you didn't even win half the votes, by the way. I'm skipping over your racist comment, Lou. And homophobic, by the way. Hey, JRS, look up how many people voted in the last election versus the U.S. population. I know math is hard for you. Yeah, it would be. How many adults are there in America? There are 65.3% of voting age Americans voted. And of those, little less than half voted for Trump. So about 34% of Americans voted for Trump that could vote. And, you know, sometimes people change their minds. So they don't, not all of the people who voted for him are necessarily very pleased with him right now. What is his latest approval rating? So now this is a slightly different number because it's not the same set as those who voted for him, or voted all for that matter. But even I think among people that voted for him, it's hovering around 41 to 42%. Oh, no, that was from January. Oh, in early January 2026. Ended 2025 with a 36% approval rating, the lowest for any president at the end of their first year in the last 50 years. So he's not doing that swell. So, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that just because he won that everything he does has this mandate from the American. Like MAGAs want to make it like everybody, like there's only this fringe group of liberal Dems that disagree with him. And I don't even like. This is part of the, like, I wish we could have real conversations. Why I'm trying to have one is why I'm pleading with you to come on and actually have a real conversation, because that would be cool. I'm all for it. You guys talk about Charlie Kirk was willing to have debates. I'm willing to have debates. Are you willing to have debates? Democrats don't want immigrants to show papers coming in the country and don't want them to show papers to prove they are supposed to be here. Nobody said that. I have not seen a single person say that. Hello, what is redacted? I think maybe I answered that question before you typed it again. Maybe don't hit federal agent. Yeah, how many times do you have to? You are not having a real debate, which is why if you want to come on here, Patrick, and have a real debate, I'm all for it. There's a link right up there on the, look up there in the description. I think, would it be up there or over there? Maybe it's over to the left, depending on your, there's a link there. It's a StreamYard link. You click on that link and you will come here and then we can have a discussion. And ours just has to be 1, based on facts, 2, be logically honest, and 3, no swearing. And then you get 3 minutes to talk. You say whatever you want. Then I will tell you what you said and make sure that I accurately understand what you are saying. And then I get to say my part. And then you have to listen to what I have to say. You want to have a debate? We can have a debate. But when people say things like, the liberals want small government, and that when you have people, let me put it this way. There have been arguments about what liberals want. I keep hearing Republicans or the MAGAs here tell me what I want. They're not asking me what I want. They're telling me what I want. And I don't agree with what they're saying about what I want. That's not a beginning of a debate. So I explain what I actually want. That's not a debate either. I know what I want. If you want to have an actual debate, let the other side determine what their position is. If you have to tell the other side what their position is, you're not having a debate. You're having a straw man argument. They would gladly burn the whole world to say that they won. That's Saddam Hussein. If I can't have the oil, I'm going to burn all the oil derricks. What was that line from Batman? Albert's line. Was it Albert that said it, or Alfred? Some people just want to watch the world burn. Skippy, the Epstein Files Fund, Trump's name. Yeah. I didn't say I had any legal training, and I didn't ask. I did look up what the relevant laws were, and I did research it. I don't have to have legal training to know how to read and look up what the laws were and actually read through them and actually try to understand them. So I'm not saying any, but when you just say, Kelly, you're ignorant of the law, that's not actually discussing anything I've said. That's just you bloviating. Democrats are the epitome of the deranged. Okay. Maybe don't hit federal. Okay, dude, how many times do you need to type that? We've already been through that. Europe is going to be run by a bunch of Islam terrorists. 20 years is a hellhole. Okay. NATO doesn't help us just to subsidize the European defense budget. They don't live in fear. They just need to feel like victims. I don't know what, you are absolutely correct. He's mentally deranged. Okay. So, type the same comment 25 times. There's no point in listening to you anymore. Actually, they do. For example, prior to Trump, used to share the intelligence that helps us a lot, especially in Iraq. Yeah, and that's part of the whole thing, right? People were worried about, a few weeks ago, everybody was all concerned about the cartels. We don't talk about the cartels anymore. Nobody cares about the cartels anymore because Donald Trump doesn't care about the cartels anymore because the cartels were just an excuse to get Venezuela's oil. But when we were worried about the cartels and we were bombing these people that, whether they were drug runners or not is irrelevant. We were bombing these people without a trial and without due process. And so then our allies stopped sharing intelligence with us. That helped us to identify who they were. So it actually hurt our war on drugs. Our allies don't just, it's not as one-sided as Trump would have people believe. We actually get help from our allies too. Republicans are the party of weak men. Democrats are the party of weak men and angry women. The Republican Party is the party of angry men and weak women. Why would the defense on the UPA not an American asset? Like, calling the Democratic Party angry is kind of funny. I've never met more outraged, victimized, like the MAGA man is the most, especially like the white male MAGA man is just the epitome of victimhood. Just embraces being a victim, I would be somebody if I were a black lesbian, but I'm being held down because I'm a straight cisgender white man. And cisgender, I don't want to be called cisgender. You don't have a right to call me names. I don't identify as cisgender. ICE would have deported Jesus, just so you know. He did not have papers. How do you feel, Skippy, about invading Greenland and risking the security of NATO over Greenland? Like, I feel like, we do have an alliance there, and there's something worth preserving. But I also feel like Greenland has got a right to have its own, a say in how it exists too. I don't think that Donald Trump just gets to decide, oh, you're essential for our national security, so you belong to us. The trade and posturing alone is worth the cost. We have Europe under our sphere because the NATO and their security fuels the world security. And NATO, actually, Russia is still a threat, and it still wants to, you've got Putin who wants to be just the USSR again. He wants to invade, he wants to take over the world just like Putin, or just like Donald Trump does. And Europe is still our first line of defense against Russia. I don't know what you think I'm making up. Like, what do you want to challenge me on? Like, go ahead and tell me, and I'll show you. It is the law. They could have left. Okay, not everybody that's being, when you go door to door looking for immigrants, illegal immigrants aren't behind every door. There's something called due process. There's something called a Fourth Amendment, that you have to actually believe that a specific illegal immigrant is living in that house. You can't just go up to random homes and say, we're just checking for illegals here. You might as well just ask for looking for Jews here. And it's not just, oh, well, you don't have your papers. Like, my wife, a couple of weeks ago, I don't know, a few months ago, we have a neighbor that she's got two homes. She lives part-time in the Houston area and part-time over here. And so when she goes away, my wife will go over and she's also got like one of those, like where you rent rooms out or your house out. So she'll rent it out sometimes. And so my wife will go over there and clean it up for her and get things ready. And one day she forgot to hit the alarm code or something like that. Something went wrong with the alarm code. Cop comes over and, he's like, asked my wife for her ID. and she forgot it. And so she's like, well, can I go back to my house and get it? And eventually he let her, but at first he's like, no, because I don't know if you're not going to come back. And she's like, it's right there. And I mean, she lives like, 20 feet away from us. So he finally let her come and get her ID and bring it back. Like sometimes people just don't have their ID on them, and they're still American citizens. So what's the difference between an illegal immigrant not having their ID and an American citizen not having their ID? Is it just whether or not the ICE officer believes you're an American citizen? You have hundreds of American citizens that are being detained by ICE on the pretext of suspected of being undocumented. So it's like you can, like, when you've got, and then you also have people like showing their IDs, showing their passport, and still being detained. So it's not just about whether you're a legal immigrant or not. Now it's just whether or not you're a brown person. And they're holding up people that are brown people, that are not only American citizens, that are veterans, that have fought for their country. And a lot of this has to do with, one, you've got just outright racist ads, defend your homeland and stuff like that. There's kind of fascist Nazi style recruiting going on for ICE agents. They're being jammed through in 47 days. I kid you not. They made it 47 days just to make Trump, smile. So they're jammed through in 47 days. And it used to be 21 weeks of training. Now it's 47 days. So they're not getting adequate training. You've got over half of them are failing their test, and it's an open book test. I don't know how dumb you have to be to fail an open book test, but they're failing open book tests on constitutional rights. They're failing open book tests on immigration laws. They're not getting any kind of personality testing or anything like that. And 30% of them are failing their physical. So you get a lot of fat, stupid people, fat, racist, stupid people out there just walking around pretending like, and they're all misogynists, finding, and then they've got this chip on their shoulder, I'm out of the trailer park now. And so they're just walking around just all bravado and no brains. And they're just threatening people. And it's like the stupid Gestapo. You can take the seal out of the gravy, but you can't take the gravy out of the seal. And that's what's happening in Minnesota right now. Kelly, you wouldn't fight for our rights, so don't take the moral high ground. What rights of yours have I not fought for? I served in the military under 2 Republican presidents. I don't know what rights I haven't fought for. I think that I honestly, Skippy, you seem like an honest guy and stuff, but I honestly do not see any rights of yours that I haven't fought for. I think that there are some things that I don't think that there's a constitutional right to a Twitter account or a Facebook account or any kind of social media account. So I don't know, I know a lot of people felt like somehow we were supposed to be banning, getting behind Trump getting his Twitter account banned. But, I didn't say anything about Trump's Twitter account getting banned. And I didn't say anything about Trump's Twitter account being restored because it's a private business and they can do what they want. I don't know what rights I have not fought for or what rights that Republicans or conservatives have had taken away. Okay. I didn't know you could smell me over the internet. I'm sorry. Your joke. Are you there? Is she there? So, you know about our war on apostrophes, Teddy? we appreciate apostrophes here. It's your a joke. Youre. Right? We're on apostrophes, right? Kitty? You want to say anything? How you doing?
Pretty good. Just drinking coffee and listening to you and working on Epstein Wiki.
Oh, okay. Yes, you were. I didn't know if you felt like you got kicked out or something. I forgot to let you back. Do you want to be on or off? It's up to you.
I'm hoping somebody will come on. I'm like,
I know. I keep hoping. All I get is just like,
you know,
a lot of names, like a lot of name calling here.
Well, I've tried all sorts of stuff, but they're just not brave enough, you know.
I'm trying to get somebody to come on here.
People that think they're alpha males and such. Oh, John Sennett. Okay, come up here and let's talk about it. Come on. Tell us what makes the most transparent president.
Wonder where, okay, so if he's the most transparent president in history, who is the second most transparent in American history?
Oh, that's a good question.
Like, you know, I just curious as to where your rankings come from. Actually, that's maybe I should do a slideshow on that. The 10 most transparent in American history, or 10 least. I'm just kind of, because I know that there's like, he's had all these like, is he telling us how much he got paid for the Binance pardon? Like, if he's so transparent, why isn't he telling us how much money he's making off of all these pardons, or what his connections are with this? Like there's the Binance guy that actually laundered money for the drug cartels, that he gave a pardon. Then that guy, the very guy he pardoned, created the Trump's own cyber coin, or whatever it is, or cryptocurrency. So the guy, you know, because the Binance was a cryptocurrency thing, and he was laundering money with his cryptocurrency. Then Trump pardoned him, and then the guy created Trump's cryptocurrency, which is now worth a few $1 billion. So I'm just curious as to, you know, what the most transparent president in history has to say about his relationship there, because he hasn't said anything about it other than, I don't know who that guy is, or something. Like, I'm just wondering whether we're operating on the same definition of transparency when you say that. Define fascists. What? Okay. I don't know if did you spell it wrong on purpose? Saying define fascism is a little bit difficult, because fascism specifically, it doesn't have an actual definition. It kind of like, here, I'll ask. It doesn't really have a definition per se. It's not like communism, where there's this nice, neat definition. Fascism is a far-right authoritarian political ideology and system of government characterized by several core features. So here, I'll pop this up here. I feel like when people say define fascism, they don't actually know what fascism is, because nobody that knows what fascism is would say define fascism as though that's the kind of thing you can do in like a sentence. So I'll share with you what fascism is. Okay, it's these core characteristics: authoritarian leadership, centralized power under a dictator or a single party, with opposition suppressed. One thing I find hilarious and ironic is that Republicans will accuse Democrats of being fascist, and it's like, who are we rallying behind? You know, like, we can't even get behind one person. Much like, so the very first tenet of fascism, we completely fail. We can't even agree on who to be a fascist, who our fascist father would be. You guys talk about Trump as being daddy. Ultranationalism, extreme devotion to the nation, often tied to the ethnic or racial identity, with the nation's interest placed above individual rights. That sounds to me kind of like America First. Reduction of democracy and liberalism, opposition to democratic processes, individual freedoms and equality. They stole the election. Militarism, glorification of military strength, and often aggressive foreign policy. Boy, that sounds. The guy that threw himself a military parade, conquered Venezuela, and now is threatening Greenland
and Cuba.
Suppression of opposition, use of violence, imitation, and state power to silence critics, independent media, and political opponents. So Donald Trump, look at what ICE is doing right now. Look at what Trump is doing with the DOJ going after everybody from James Comey to now what's his name, the Jerome Powell. And then you've got, the way he's used his leverage to get Stephen Colbert fired and to try and get Jimmy Kimmel fired and to sue ABC and CBS into submission and even get CBS to put up this wacko to be in charge of their news organization, control of society, government control or coordination of economic activity. Again, Jerome Powell, culture and social life. He's trying to tell the Baltimore Ravens, or no, who was it? Which was it? Was it the Ravens? Who is it? Somebody. He's even trying to tell football teams who to hire as a coach. Cult, and what we can watch on late night TV. Cult as a leader, personality cult around a strong leader portrayed as embodying the nation's will. Who's your daddy? Right. So those are the core tenets of fascism. And whether or not you agree with my characterization, there's no way that, of all that stuff with Trump, that definitely sounds to me a lot like Trump and America First and MAGA. It definitely doesn't sound like, doesn't sound anything at all like the left is not like rallying around Kamala Harris. We couldn't even agree to vote for her. This guy is a part of the Nazi party. I don't know what that means. Trump's a racist. You forgot your comment too. Sorry. Gotta be fair. Gotta be even. What's up? Trump, the possessive apostrophe. Did I say comma? I meant apostrophe. We will get this apostrophe thing down here. I'm like an apostrophe Nazi. That's what I am. Okay. So sorry, Brett. Floodgates open. Oh, did we get a bunch of new bots in here? Read a book, Nazi specifically. You are fast. I don't know what book you want me to read. Traitor. Bots bump the algorithm and increase dollars for the host. That's why, come on, come on. As long, if I get paid more, that's, I'm happy. Not like I get paid a lot. It's like I make $2 a show or something. Off of the ad revenue. That's why I have to protect that monetized status. Your hot pocket is ready. I don't know what that means. I'm not a bot, you traitor scum. Okay. Why am I a traitor scum? What makes me traitor scum then? Would you like to come on and tell me exactly what I've done that's treasonous? What makes me traitor scum? There's a, go ahead and click on it, Zach. Or Z-Jack. Z-Jack the Ripper. Oh my goodness. So you like to stylize yourself as a man that murdered women. You must be a really pleasant person at parties. Do you go and are you a stalker? Are you a stalker, Jack? Maybe you should call yourself Jack the Zipper. Redacted on Von Schützenpants. Common sense on the left was also redacted. Okay. but all just insults, never any substance, not even very good insults. I mean, like I could, like there's creative ways you can insult a MAGA. Like, you're so dumb you have to wear a hat to remind yourself who you voted for. Like, it sounds like the latter, Brett. Okay, let's see. All right, we're gonna boom down because I'm a little bit. I bet you're really pretty, Potato Head. Oh, is somebody calling themselves Potato Head? Yes, I am a writer, actually. But I don't know. Maybe the apostrophe thing comes from that. But I think it just one of those things. It especially got annoying when about the 50,000th time somebody said you're an idiot, and it was YOUR an idiot, and it's like I just find it ironic when people insult your intelligence and they can't get the apostrophe right. Like, at least spell the 5-letter word correctly if you're going to insult my intelligence. You admit you are a Nazi? I'm an apostrophe Nazi, yes. I bet you're really pretty, Potato Head. It's so cute if somebody named themselves Potato Head. It's like that's a great way to honor Charlie Kirk. I'm sure he would be proud. There's no link. There's not. It should be in the description. Here, I'll see. Hang on. I put one in the description. Let me double check on that, okay? Okay. Okay, so it must be in.
It's in there because that's how I got on.
Oh, okay.
We're right at the top in the YouTube. Yeah. You might want to share it in the chat again too.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just drop it in this chat. So if you want to drop on, I don't know if you can click on it and go there, but no, MAGA doesn't insult people. That's libtards.
Really?
Like, I just want you to read that to yourself out loud. And I don't know if you were being ironic with that and were trying to be funny. If you were actually trying to be funny, you made Kitty laugh here. But
that was pretty good.
You're either very, very unaware or very, very funny. One of the two. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Be careful. I'm going to start singing Alanis Morissette here in a minute.
Sanskrit morphology. LOL. I don't know what Sanskrit morphology means.
Something Sanskrit language development.
Yeah, I mean, I know it. Sanskrit. I don't know what. I don't even. What is morphology?
Christopher, that was good. Chef's kiss on that one.
That was like,
yeah.
Like if that was actually intended, then it was like really good. And even if it wasn't actually
intended, that would have made it better.
It's like better to not know. Several new channels admit the women hit the office. Oh, several new channels admit. Like, what does that have to do with anything? You're an idiot. Thank you. All right, Bob. Is it Bob or Rob? It's Rob.
Oh, we have someone?
No.
Oh.
But he called me an idiot with the apostrophe.
Oh, well, that's good.
So I appreciate you for
growth.
If you don't respect me, at least you respect the apostrophe. And that to me,
I have designed a
small
shirt
victory.
for you. I have designed a shirt that we're
The
going to sell on the
your
Rhyme apostrophes.
the
Apostrophe on the
the
back.
difference between knowing your
Uh-huh.
poop and I was thinking like just the poop emoji would
Oh,
work.
absolutely. Yeah. No, I have a whole
Yeah.
thing on it. Yeah. I'll
I
show
gotta
you.
I gotta do my I gotta get that going there.
Yeah.
I need
Well,
to make some money
set up
off
a
of this
meeting and
show.
I can set up a meeting with me and
I know.
I'm happy. I've been working on the back end.
Oh,
So
it should be on the vertical. And I posted it again in the comments. Oh, but you might have.
would it be offensive for me to say that I would rather have a neighbor who chose to be here and fought really hard to get here, whether they're documented or not, than most MAGA?
So here's the question. This is actually not a hypothetical question.
All right.
I have a friend that he's actually gotten his status resolved now, fortunately. But he was he was here illegally at the time and trying to get his legal status adjusted under Biden. So fortunately, if it were still the case under Trump, he might not be here legally anymore, might not be here at all anymore. But he was sleeping one morning or sleeping one night, and then he just heard some ruckus outside. He went outside and his neighbor's house was on fire.
Oh dear.
And he didn't want to call the cops or the fire department because then he would, like put himself in danger of being deported. So he went into her house and pulled her out of the house. Then he went back in and pulled her cat out of the house. Then they called the fire department and he went back inside his own house where he didn't have to worry about getting arrested or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So they always talk about these illegal immigrants that kill people. What about the ones that save people's lives?
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have an illegal immigrant that saved your life or just somebody that doesn't care about it? You talk about substance, provide none nor any opinion. What have I not? I don't. What do you know what I mean when I talk about substance? When I'm talking about substance, I'm talking about actual substance. Like, what is your what? Not just what is your opinion.
What are your receipts?
What is the basis of your opinion? All right. Now, if there's facts that you question that I said, I'm free to show those
receipts. Give the receipts.
I've got receipts, buddy. But it's just like, what am I supposed to do for every single sentence I say? Show you a different website? Like, if you have a question, I'm happy to answer it. There's and some things are just, you can look them up on your own. Like if I say that cars were driving past her, you can just look that up on your own.
Mm-hmm. What?
46th president, that is. That's right. There's Potato Head Joe. You should be Potato Head Charlie, though. Charlie is the one that really, Charlie Kirk looked like a potato. She thought it was a good day to die. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's that.
I mean, that tells me about the content of their character.
Maybe it's just planetary menopause. I don't know what that is. This is what I mean when I say they like when they try to be funny. Like, what is that? What does that even mean? What is planetary menopause supposed to mean? Like they're having hot flashes? The Earth is having hot flashes? So it's like it's just like a misogynistic anti-science joke, and somehow that's supposed to be funny. Fascism equals far-right authoritarian political ideology characterized by extreme nationalism, a strong centralized government led by a dictator. In other words, MAGA. Like, I mean, when you start breaking it down into the actual definitions, it's really hard to deny it's MAGA. They would have turned in Jesus. They would have turned Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. They would have turned them all away. Wouldn't have even batted an eye. Oh, okay. So Christopher said he did do it to be funny. So congrats. That was funny. That's actually funny. I'll give it to you. I know a pedophile who supports Donald redacted Trump. I know a pedophile who not. There's like some country songs that could come out of this. I know a pedophile who supports redacted Trump. I know a pedophile who in his pants takes a dump. I don't know. Needs some work. I wonder how people he poops his pants, right? Like sometimes it's like you can watch him while he's speaking. Or like watch the faces of those around him while he's speaking. She did hit the office. Yeah, we're done. We're done debating that. It's like move along. If you are talking about the ICE agent that was rammed into with a vehicle, every angle of the incident. No, that's not true. I mean, it's not. Every angle has not shown that. There's no angle. Like this is just not true. I have yet to see a single video that actually proves substantively he was hit. And there's like New York Times article that broke it apart frame by frame and could not find any place where he was actually shown to be in contact. They had all the different available angles all synced up. And that's not even the most important part of it. Like again, it comes to the totality of the circumstances. And officer created jeopardy. Like he put himself in the way of the car. And as soon as he put himself in the way of the car by walking in front of it, everything else became irrelevant. You have to look at the totality of the circumstances. There is court history on this. I have created videos on this that go through the different court cases. Is this a host and a cat lady? Yes, this is a host and a cat lady. Well, she does have cats and she is a lady. She also has a husband. So I don't know if she's, like your version of what a cat lady is. DHS doesn't even follow their own policy on use of force. Right. Which was established because ICE agents were walking in front of cars to create jeopardy and then shooting people. Like the circle just keeps, it's like going round and round, round and round. Women should have. What do you call your? Why is that funny? These misogynists are struggling. They don't know what to do. They just they just come to they either just deny, they just proclaim things that aren't true, they just stick their fingers in their ears, they refuse to listen. I don't feel so ugly now that I see two creepy weirdos. I bet she has a lot of cats. Okay, you have the courage to not even show your face. Epstein W, but the one misogynist has a fitting tiny man. What do you call? Why do y'all need to try and degrade women so hard? Because they can't get any. Some of the, some of these people are just, like the captain of incels. So Kitty had to leave. I know that some of you are disappointed. My MAGA neighbor says he hates people that speak Spanish, but he also shows up to the block party hosted by our Mexican neighbors and has a great time. Yeah. Man, I got to tell you about this. Totally irrelevant. But this weekend, I wanted to try something new. I got some corn and I got some cow lime, dried corn and cow lime, and then I made my own mesa for tamales, like not buying the bag stuff or even the other stuff that you know, like the like not the powdered stuff or like the flour, like not Mesa's flour, not even like pre-made Mesa, but like I made my own Mesa from scratch. And then I made tamales from that Mesa. And I am telling you, if you've never done that, you should try it. That if you like tamales, it's a whole new level of tamales. One thing we should all agree on is tamales are yummy. I only allow American citizens to save my life. This is your argument. My argument is that someone's human value is not based on whether or not they have documents. Try entering another country illegally, see what happens. This is not the point. And you know, nobody's saying, like, it's like you're basically arguing it's okay to murder American citizens because illegal immigration is illegal. Like, yes, like everything just, where is your humanity? Like, can you think like a human being? Like, just think like a human being. Like, stop denigrating human value because somebody crossed a border illegally. And if you were being persecuted by gangs and you had to like run for your life and you had to leave the country to live and you had to like bring your children over that country to keep from being murdered, what would you do? Would you just be like, go ahead, here's my kid as an offering? Don't be a dick. Sorry, Brett, not you. Yes, we are here legally. And some people like Brett here and myself and Miss Good think that human value does not equal an American birth certificate. Quick question. If someone comes into your house uninvited, should you expect that? What does that have to do with anything? Nobody's coming. Every single illegal immigrant is not coming into my house. You're creating a false equivalence between a country and a house. It's a dishonest question. Nationwide protests of ICE brutality, only thing that keeps the government in check. The bootlickers would give up their rights. The bootlickers have given up their rights. They're celebrating the loss of their rights. And as I was saying earlier in the show, the last line of the poem, there was nobody left to stand for me. When they came for me, there was nobody left to stand for me. Just think if all the Democrats didn't vote for your Lord and Savior, Joe and Kamala, ICE wouldn't be in your neighborhoods. I don't even know what that means. ICE is fascist and murderers. Well, they are. Immigrants are good. Illegal immigrants are not God. I don't think anybody said they're God. And, you know, I think not all American citizens are good people either. I just think that that you don't know what anybody's circumstances are. The left is just objectively evil. Anybody with eyes knows that. Just read their. See, this kind of nonsense. No, you don't like. No. Highly accurate name for a misogynist. Tiny man. Okay. I don't want to be like Charlie Kirk. That means corrupt Republicans are lunatics, and the far-right Christian nationals are lunatics. Just think if Joe and Kamala didn't allow 20. Well, has it gotten up to 25? They've let 5 million more go since the last time somebody said 20 million. Do you know how many actual? It's not even worth it. They didn't let 25 million illegals come over here. It's a lie. Pennsylvania versus Mims set a very clear legal precedent. When you are given a lawful order to exit your vehicle, and she was you. Okay, now, okay, first let me just look up this Pennsylvania versus Mims. But there's more to anything than one case, and there's a lot of other case history too. But there's one big. Okay, so I'm looking up Pennsylvania versus Mims. Like I said, I can learn too. So if there's something here, we'll see. But there's more to it than this. Okay. Okay. Pennsylvania versus Mims is a landmark Supreme Court that significantly expanded police authority during traffic stops. Harry Mims was driving in Philadelphia, with an expired license plate. When he was pulled over, officers ordered him out of the vehicle. When he exited, they noticed a bulge under his jacket, which turned out to be a loaded revolver. Mims was convicted of carrying a concealed weapon. The legal question: did ordering Mims out of the car without reasonable suspicion constitute a reasonable search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment? The Supreme Court held that police may order drivers out of their vehicles during any lawful traffic stop without any additional justification or reasonable suspicion. The court applied a balancing test weighing government interest with individual intrusion. The decision was profound implications for Fourth Amendment protections. It means the police can order any driver out during traffic stop, regardless of how minor the violation, do so without articulating safety concerns for that specific stop, potentially observe anything in plain view when the driver exists. So now let me ask, I'm going to ask another question. Does this apply to the situation with Renee Good? Because my first reaction to this is he's not a police officer. He's an ICE officer, and ICE officers don't have control over traffic. That's a local thing. So let's see if that's accurate. So I'm just sorry for the delay. I'm just trying to be honest here and give you did what I asked for. You provide a substantive, actual discussion. So I'm pursuing that and looking at it to see if it's valid. No, the Pennsylvania versus Mims likely does not apply to Renee Good situation. That's a critical legal distinction. Here's why. The lawful stop requirement. Mims only authorizes ordering a driver out during a lawful traffic stop. In Mims, there was a clear traffic violation, an expired license plate, that justified the initial stop. The question is whether ICE agents had the legal authority to conduct a traffic stop on Good in the first place. Key legal problems. Federal authority limitations. ICE agents are federal immigration enforcement officers, not general law enforcement. Their authority is specifically limited to immigration matters. They don't have roving authority to conduct traffic stops like state local police do. This is what I was just saying. There's no apparent immigration basis. There's no reason to believe that she was not a U.S. citizen. So there was no reason for him to approach her for that. And the initial counter, the circumstance suggests that this wasn't a traffic stop in the legal sense that Mims contemplated. It appears to have been a confrontational encounter that escalated when Good tried to leave. So, yes, Mims does say that a cop can order somebody to get out of their car during a legal traffic stop, but Mims does not apply in this situation because ICE is not a police. It's a federal authority instead of a local authority. And B, It wasn't a traffic stop. So anyway, at least I hope you can acknowledge that I did address your question, your argument. I don't know what facts you want me to discuss. I was just talking about it, an anecdote in response to anecdotes. We had saints like we've had saints that were killers give us. I don't know what all that means. Is something wrong with this woman? I don't know who you're talking about. Renee was an innocent mother of 3 and a U.S. citizen. Could have been your own mother, but I guess it's okay if redacted says she was a terrorist. Then that's an. There's absolutely no linking her to any like terrorist organization or activity. There's like she was never going to blow up anybody or anything. She had no violent history. It's just, hyperbole wrapped in hyperbole. We know Trump is flat out evil, but he would not be where he is now without like-minded Americans, and that's sad. That really does actually make me sad. Everything from civil rights to women's suffrage was exclusively pushed by the conservative movement. Okay. Let's okay, is it true? Let's go back to here. Is it true that everything from civil rights to the women's suffrage was from the conservative movement? Because I don't know how you're defining conservative movement, but I mean, like conservatives don't want change, liberals do want change. That's generally how you define the difference between a liberal and a conservative. So conservatives don't generally promote change. That's kind of the opposite of what a conservative is. No, that's completely false. This claim fundamentally confuses party labels with ideology and ignores the historical party realignment. Civil rights movement is the reality. The civil rights movement was explicitly progressive liberal, opposed primarily by conservatives. The 1964, anyway, so women's suffrage was the same pattern. Suffragists were progressive reformers challenging traditional gender roles. Conservative arguments against women's natural spheres, the home, voting would destroy femininity, preservation of traditional family structure. So more Republicans voted for it because early 1900s Republicans were the progressive party. So this is, I don't know if that's what you mean, that Republicans did it, but Republicans were for those things. And if I were there during that time, I would have been a Republican. I do not align my beliefs by what my party says. I align my party by what my beliefs say. So yeah, I get a lot of, I see a lot of this, like Democrats invented the KKK, whatever that means. It doesn't mean that current Democrats are endorsing KKK. Current KKK is voting for Donald Trump. Most of these MAGA supporters are bots, by the way. That's okay. I mean, I know they are. And, that's why I've invited them, anybody that wants to come on the show and actually have a discussion. It's in the description. Come on the show and have a discussion. Nobody seems to want them because, bots actually have to have voices and not just fingers. They can't try and operate 7 phones at the same time. Either that or like they're in the Russian troll farms. It's like, well, I'll have Brett will tell you that we'll have like 50 of them pop on the show all at the same time, and then I'll leave at the same time. But that's okay because when they're on, I get paid more money. I get more ad fee or whatever. Potato Head. Somehow I missed that when I was that he looked like Butthead from Beavis and Butthead. I always think of Beavis and Butthead as being Don Jr. and Eric. These two are why America is going backwards. How is America going backwards? What does that mean? I agree it's going backwards, but I don't think it's because of us. I think it's because of the guy that wants to make America great again by returning us to, 1990 or 1890 tax laws. The host won't admit I don't think she, it's not that won't admit she hit anyone. She didn't hit anyone. So I won't lie and say she hit somebody. And I mean, I think his words to her right after he murdered her are a pretty good indication that he was a misogynist ass. If you slow it down frame by frame, no, it's not. She was instructed to. Come on, we're just done talking about this. Does the deport all? Some people really need to learn how economics works. You realize that undocumented immigrants actually help the economy, right? Some people have not. They like, and I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about actual reality here. Like, if you Wharton has this view that undocumented migrants actually help the economy. Like, virtually every single economic study on mass deportations say it's going to be devastating to the American economy. And it's true too that the woman was given conflicting she was given conflicting orders. Number two, nobody had a right to order her to do anything. Like, the entire thing was manufactured by ICE. Everybody says she shouldn't have put herself in that situation. He put her in that situation. This is like if she had just had breakfast ready, I wouldn't have had to beat her. No, it's not. That actually, I've seen that screenshot going around. I looked at the actual law, and that is bogus. First of all, you can tell just by the, I'll see if I can pull this up here, just so you know I'm not making this up. Is this it? Yeah, this is what you're talking about, right? This thing signed into law by Governor Tim Walz on July 23rd, 2020. It's Minnesota statute 609-066. If a driver accelerates towards an officer, sorry, I'm going to have to drop your comment here so I can read it. If a driver accelerates towards an officer standing in front of a vehicle, this creates an immediate life-threatening danger. This officer doesn't need to wait until impact. They can't act based on the apparent. Oh, I guess. Is there? Got to get rid of my banner. Okay, so based on apparent intent and proximity. Okay. First of all, you can tell just if you are at all a literate person that this is made up because it's just really badly written. It does not sound like a law at all. But then if you go to Minnesota statute, you go to the actual statute right here, it doesn't say anything like that. It doesn't even remotely say that. I looked at the actual statute. And so just to be clear, we're just going to do a Control F and do accelerates, right? And you notice the word accelerates is not anywhere in that statute. Nothing in the statute says what this statute says it does. Nothing even comes close. This is a made up lie. And when you have to make up lies to make your point is a lie. All right? So let's put that baby to rest. This is what I mean when I say facts. You want facts? I bring you facts. And the fact is that is not part of the thing. They melt. They melt like ice. You are going to want to censor that chat, but at least I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what is being censored or challenged or whatever. Have you I've been married for 28 years. Well, 28 years in May. The host would look up long as filibuster. Yeah. So first of all, the longest filibuster in history was Cory Booker by a Democrat. But not over civil rights. Pretty sure. And I was for the civil rights, and Charlie Kirk wasn't. I mean, like, this is like the whole Democrat in 1964 did this, so therefore that's relevant 61 years later. Like, come on, be better. Like, just be better. You know that's not an honest argument. Conservatives lie. No shock. You don't. Bots and trolls are double-edged swords. They are annoying, but I suppose they generate income to the channel through activities, and they rig up the algo, and so then I get more actual people that are willing to discuss things. So I don't know. It's like I'm hoping that, you know, someday somebody will take up my challenge to actually come on the show and have a real discussion. I don't hire a lawyer to tell me what I can't do. I hire him to tell me to know what I want to do. JP Morgan Trump has done. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and he's actually fired lawyers and White House counsels for not agreeing with him or for not prosecuting somebody that he wanted prosecuted. She wasn't obstructing ICE. We've already been through that. I mean, I'm not going to go through this every single thing every 2 minutes. Go back and watch the show. Trump and Epstein are sitting in a tree. KISSING. First come loves, then comes marriage, then comes a multitude of teenage girls getting trafficked to Epstein Island. I don't know what you mean by that, but the totality of the circumstances, yes. I think what you said is actually a quote from the law. But the totality of the circumstances also includes what he did. So in situations where there is officer-induced jeopardy, the totality of the circumstances includes what the officer did, not just what the other person did or what was known to him. So if the officer puts himself in a dangerous situation and then he uses lethal force because he was in that dangerous situation, that is not considered justifiable lethal force. Oh, is somebody going on about TDS again? Yeah, all right. I'm sorry, what's wrong with your soul? You're just, I'm sorry. You're not even invited here anymore. Doing stuff around a cop doesn't, and it's like, doing dumb stuff around a cop doesn't sign your life away. I hate God and misogynist nonsense. And it's like, I mean, I honestly, there, I even, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this one. We'll ask Claude another one. If Jonathan Ross had not shot Renee Good, what is the likelihood he would have died? Because I think we make too much of whether or not there was contact made. And if there was any contact, it was very glancing and incidental. His life was not actually in danger. Like, I don't think he was going to die if he had not killed her. I don't even think killing her reduced his chances of dying. It maybe advanced them. Based on the available evidence, the likelihood Rice would have died if he hadn't shot appears very low. Here's why. Vehicle trajectory. Multiple witnesses and video analysis show Good backed up and turned her wheels away from them to drive down the road. She was steering to leave, not run over him. And we know that he knew this because he was filming it. We know that he was filming it because it was on his camera. And we know he looked at the camera because he was looking at the camera based on other film. So he knew that she was steering it away from him. Ross could have moved. Former Minneapolis police chief Medaria Arradonato stated the agent should have simply gotten out of the way, suggesting the threat was avoidable. Protocol violations created the danger. Training materials explicitly warn officers never to position themselves in front of the vehicles during traffic stops. For exactly this reason, Ross put himself in the dangerous position. This is what I keep saying about officer generated danger. His own prior incident, 6 months prior, Ross was dragged 50 yards by a vehicle and sustained only non-life-threatening even injuries. Even a more severe in-vehicle encounter didn't kill him. And that's, again, because he was still an idiot and he broke through a window and reached in and tried to, think that he could stop the momentum of a car with the power of his right arm. Shot placement. It's unclear if Ross was even in the vehicle's path for the first shot, and he was definitely not in the path for shots 2 and 3. The aftermath, the Reason article notes, shooting Good actually increased danger. The SUV careened down the street without guidance and crashed. An uncontrolled vehicle posed more risk than one being steered away. The self-defense claim, federal officials claim Ross acted in self-defense and that Good ran him over, but video contradicts this narrative. Even if he perceived danger in the moment, possibly influenced by his June 25th incidents, that perception appears to have been created by his own protocol violations, contradicted by Good's actual vehicle movements, and not sufficient to justify lethal force once he was no longer in the path. All right. So let's stop pretending like he would have died if he hadn't shot her. That's just stupid. And if you make that argument and you're stupid, and I'm tired of just having stupid arguments. So you're right, Doug. And even if you want to admit, or even if you want to say that she did something stupid, she did not deserve to die. He wasn't going to die. Anybody that says she was going to die is just being a nonsensical fool. End of story. Again, we've been through this, John, and you should be sympathetic because a dog could have nearly died. The law says that ICE agents don't have the authority to tell her to get out of the car. He was a federal officer, not a local police officer. He had no authority to tell her to do anything. He's the one that violated policy, not her. The fact is, MAGA loves hurting women. The fact is that MAGA hates being hurt by women, and they're so just MAGA that they get tired of being told no. And so they get all angry. People need to stop saying lies about Charlie Kirk. I don't know what that has to do with anything. The point, I think that people do need to stop telling lies about Charlie Kirk. He wasn't a martyr. He was just a dick that got shot. The point is the humanity, you dumb. Okay. The so-called law is what your orange agent uses to wipe his butt. I'm not bending anything at all to suit my own agenda. I'm straightening it out to expose yours. You should give out the number. What number? The number that was rolling across. You are sick and needs help. Yes. Everybody always gets into, it just comes down to insults. See, at least one of you guys, I can't remember, somebody tried to actually articulate a actual legal case, and I looked it up and, showed it was wrong. But that I was happy to engage with the merit on. Perhaps you took a wrong turn and forgot to go to Fox, where you can fold your arms and nod your head in agreement 24/7. Walt said that was law. No, Walt did not say that was law in one of his speeches. The welfare fraud in Minnesota has already been tried and convicted long before Donald Trump ever became president. And that's not any reason to go around. What do ICE agents have to do with enforcing the fraud laws? The fraud laws were all the people that committed fraud were American citizens. What does ICE have to do with that? Why is ICE up there in the first place? I mean, honestly, think with your heads. Why is ICE in Minnesota? It's a little bit away. I mean, like, why aren't they up by the northern border? Why do leftists only talk about Epstein in regards to Trump? It also almost seems like they never would have cared if Trump didn't get elected again. Why does it matter what the left thinks, what the left cares about him? All right, I have said this so many times, and if it's not your first time on the show, then you know this. If it is your first time on the show, I'll tell you right now. I think that the ICE is not about, or that Epstein is not about Trump. I think that if Epstein is not about Trump, I don't think Epstein is about Clinton. I don't think Epstein is about Democrats or Republicans or politics at all. I think Epstein is about the victims, and the victims need justice. And those files are how they can get justice. Anybody that raped those women when they were girls belongs in prison. I don't care who they were. If it was Bill Clinton, if it was Donald Trump, if it was, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Anybody that did that should be in prison. Why does it have to be about politics? It shouldn't be about politics. It should be about justice. And those women deserve justice. ICE needs to go harder. These aren't games or prizes, dude. This is just murdering people. Okay, this is not the definition of armchair quarterbacking. It's the definition of recliner podcasting. But no. What do you get here? What do you get when you trade in? What do you get when you trade in 5 Nickelback albums? You get a quarterback. All right. You mean the collapse of the American wannabe empire? Not even a century, losers. All right. ICE would deport Jesus on his first day. I don't know if he would have made it over the border. Officer won't be convicted. Sorry to tell you. I don't know who said he would. I know that he shot and killed a woman. I know that whether he's convicted or not doesn't change that. He walked in front of the vehicle. Funny, won't mention anything about Hillary and Obama and Russian collusion. Keep ignoring what? What am I ignoring? And what am I supposed to just sit there and spew whatever random MAGA weirdo cultic nonsensical conspiracy theory floats through your little MAGA head? There isn't anything to talk about. Donald Trump, Russia interfered in the 2016 election. That's a fact. That's the Republican-led Senate inquiry stated that. There's no thing to talk about. There was no collusion investigation ever. The only investigation by Mueller was ordered by Jeff Sessions, who was the attorney general appointed by Donald Trump. The Trump administration ordered the Mueller investigation, not Hillary Clinton, not Barack Obama. She was not impeding a federal investigation. First, there was no investigation at all. There wasn't an investigation. Nobody was being investigated for anything. Like, they were driving past, they saw her, and they got out of their car. There was no investigation. There was no operation. She was minding her own business. She was just sitting in her car waiting for people to drive by so she could pull out and leave. Okay. If people don't fight back, they lose their rights because they are being stripped minute by minute when they come to your hometown in every street corner. It's like, I keep saying it, that last line of the poem. Let me read this whole poem to you, because seems like we need a reminder of this. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me because everybody was already gone. All right. This is, oh, I didn't share the screen like I thought I had. Who's going to be there when they come for you? Because most people that watch the video can't even see any contact, number one. Number two, because he didn't even get knocked over if he did get hit at all. Number three, because he was walking around fine afterwards. It was incidental. That's how. If you watch the video, it is incidental. It means incidental. It means it didn't stop him from moving out of the way of the car. It means he wasn't hurt. Stay grounded in reality, Joe. Stay grounded in reality. Half of it's named in Spanish. We own while we own the bleep. Get out of our lands. Oh. If you were in the same situation. No, if I were in the same situation, I wouldn't have stepped in front of a car like an idiot. And no, I would not have shot somebody. I would have just moved out of the way. You never been in front of a car and it started moving? And you said, oh, better get out of the way. That's what a normal person would do. ICE has the authority to detain anyone who, okay, but she wasn't interfering or obstructing in her duties. We've been through this. How is any hitting somebody? Why not train POs not to be POs? Oh, not violate our rights, not because that's a feature, not a bug. They are being poorly trained by design. They reduced their training from 21 weeks to 47 days for a reason. They want incompetence out there. I have a brother that lives in Minneapolis, and he's talking about how like they just wander around. They don't know where they're going. They don't know what they're doing. It's just like the Keystone Cops. They're a bunch of idiots, and they're recruited to be idiots, and they're fat idiots, and they're just fat bumbling idiots because that's what they want. They want confusion, and they want confusion because Donald Trump wants riots. Donald Trump is trying to make a situation here. He's trying to create riots. He's trying to create confusion. He's trying to create chaos because chaos means that he can then create martial law, and then he can create an eternal, endless lifetime of Trump. until the ketchup does its job. I'm going to skip over questions I've already answered like 27 times. I do know he was dragged by a vehicle in a prior traffic stop. I also know that that one was also his fault. And if that was so triggering to him that it caused him to pull out his gun and shoot somebody, if he was that traumatized, he shouldn't have been in the field. No, he couldn't have died. We just discussed that. There was extremely low chance he would have died. Like extremely, like not like I don't even know what to say. Like his chances of dying were almost zero, the same as if he were just like walking down the street without any cars there. It did not increase his chances of dying at all. Google if she would have gotten out of the car. Then we don't know what would have happened, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not about what she did or didn't do. It's about what he did, which is fire 3 bullets into her face. We don't live in a society where anybody that claims they're a police officer can just claim authority and tell you to get out of a car. He didn't have the authority to tell her to get out of the car. Google what would happen if he had just kept driving. He never should have even pulled over. He drove past her car. He was not being obstructed from anything. Wherever he was going, he was prevented to getting there only by the fact he pulled over. If he was doing something so important, something so important and she was obstructing him from doing it, why did he drive past her and then stop and park his car? Why? Why did it stop becoming important the moment he drove past her? Stop with the stupid arguments. I'm so tired of the stupidity. No, he was standing in front of the car, filming himself standing in front of the car, dude. This is not debatable. All right. If the officer's behavior is changed because of post-traumatic stress due to an accident in his life, then he is no longer qualified to be an officer, or at least he shouldn't be in the field. And he definitely shouldn't have a gun. Super late in response, however, using an AI that is built to give you information for comparison-based inquiries is not a source, it's a relative answer. Okay, whatever that means. I mean, like you want me to use like there's when I just want to point this out because reality seems to very seldom matter to you. Where did this one go? Okay. There's something called sources. I can't find the thing. There's something called sources that you can also follow through on. Just rejecting it because at some point you just have to admit, okay, that's true. Like when it's quoting what the police chief said and what DHS policy is, those aren't comparative based answers or whatever mumbo jumbo you're trying to talk about. It's just the answer. I would say that her chances of dying were better if she complied than his chances of dying if he hadn't pulled over, because he was clearly not equipped well. He was that ready to shoot her. So I think she probably would have been more likely to die if she had gotten out of the car than if he had never gotten out of his. And you know what? If he had never gotten out of his, nobody would be dead and nobody would have broken the law. He had no business stopping in the first place. Everybody talks about, well, if she had done this, if she had done this. Well, if he had just like followed DHS policy and the law and not tried to become a misogynist butthead, then everything, we wouldn't be talking about this a week later. AI literally consolidates everything from the internet and spits it out in a concise form. What's your point, if you even have a point? I think his point was AI said something he didn't like to hear, so he's got to dismiss it. People have already died by complying with ICE. There are, I think, let me check this one. In 2025. I think, if I'm correct, more people died in ICE custody in 2025 than any time in history. It might be the second worst, but it might be the worst. At least 30 to 32 people died in ICE custody in 2025, the deadliest year in 2 decades. There was nearly 3 times as many as in 2024. And how many ICE agents were killed in the line of duty? So if you're keeping score, 0. Since ICE's creation in 2003, there have been 29 total ICE deaths. 15 of those were by COVID. Then I guess about 23% of them were by 9/11 related cancer. Okay, so between 9/11 and COVID, 75% of them were disease. So last year, there were, I don't know what the other 25% were, but, so say 25% of 30 would be 1/4, so 7, 8, something like that. 7.5, however that works out. But anyway, this would be 7. 7 in the whole history of ICE versus 32 in ICE custody this year. So I think in general, I would feel much safer not following ICE's orders. And I feel like ICE's officers are more safe than the people they're taking care of. Yeah, it's being used. Yeah, I think Joe is. I think she's talking to Joe, not to you, Doug. No, he did not have the authority to tell her that to exit. First of all, what do you mean exit? She wasn't going anywhere. And secondly, we've already been over this. This is a Minnesota law. He is a federal ICE agent. As a federal ICE agent, he doesn't have any authority at all over traffic. And she wasn't impeding anything because he could go past her, and if he was going past her somewhere so important, why did he stop and arrest her or try to arrest her? Your AI, I don't know what. I'm making stuff up now. What am I making up? I never said anything about him dragged from a. Well, somebody did. I mean, like there's. I'll second that one. Charlie Kirk was a dick, and I mean that like in my personal interaction with Charlie Kirk, he was a dick. I personally interacted with him on Twitter, and he was all very condescending and ignorant, and I just thought he was a dick personally and blocked him, and for being a dick. No, we already asked my AI that. And maybe you weren't here. I'll see if it's still up there. So this was in the part about the MIMS and whether or not PIM, and it says ICE agents are federal immigration enforcement officers, not general law enforcement. Their authority is specifically limited to immigration matters. They don't have roving authority to conduct traffic stops like state local police do. Were you here for that part? So actually, you're wrong. My point was the cases I brought up, which clearly state the authority of agencies, both state and federal. I don't know what you're trying to talk about there, Brett, but federal agencies, like ICE agents are very, very narrow. They only have the authority, for the most part, to go after illegal immigrants. They have no business with American citizens except in very narrow circumstances. And none of those narrow circumstances has anything to do with state laws. Like, see, federal enforces federal laws and state enforces state laws. See, that's how that works. But here's the thing. She did not impede a federal investigation for the zillionth time. There was no federal investigation happening. What federal investigation? What federal investigation? Which you're acting like they were on a case or something, or they were investigating. What were they investigating, and how is she impeding it? From the very beginning, we talked about this, and you weren't here apparently, but there's. Here, I'll show you this again. It's like, gotta just keep going back over and over. 18 USC 11, this legal standard. This is the actual statute ICE always goes, this is what they say they are using. And it says, whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. Okay. The key word here is forcibly, which means that they have to be physically preventing something from happening. The Ninth Circuit held in U.S. versus Lamanakis that forcibly modifies all the subsequent words. So this means that they forcibly have to be impeding. She was waving them past, and they drove past after she waved them past. So the idea that she was forcibly impeding, which would mean like if she had driven, like she saw them coming and she'd driven and blocked them, that would be forcibly impeding. But waving them past and letting them go past is not forcibly impeding. That would be under that circumstance if she had like moved up her car and stopped them and tried to prevent them from going, then you'd have an argument. But when she waves them past, you don't have an argument. According to the actual law. You want facts, I give you facts. But you will, of course, just ignore the facts that I give you. Drive, baby, drive is not against the law. And I pointed this out too. How come if it was so obvious she was trying to kill him, did all the other officers just hate him that much that they were just going to let him be killed? No, but you want to believe that if he hadn't done it, he would have died. I do know that he got out of the way. I do know that he was fine afterwards, and that by the time he was done killing her, the car was completely out of the way. I know she was steering away from him. I know I have a brain and I can process things. You're just trying to justify homicide. Anyway, I'm done with you, Joe. I've answered enough of your questions that aren't questions. They're just bogus arguments. If the officer created a more dangerous situation by positioning himself in front of the car, then of course it is contributory negligent in a civil matter, but Minnesota civil law, no recovery, good. I don't know about that law. I do know that he doesn't get qualified immunity. That previous cases where that's happened, qualified immunity was denied. So I don't know how that fits in with the. Oh no. Why wouldn't wait? Where did I? Why don't you differentiate between legal and illegal immigration? ICE is in a sanctuary city because it doesn't have any relevance. We're talking about an American citizen. They're like Minneapolis. This has nothing to do with immigration at all. That's why. What difference does it make? Pull ICE out of why? Why does it have to be either occupied territory or they don't get, Minnesota pays taxes. They pay federal taxes. Like, this is dumb. Either become a police state or, lose your tax dollars. Well, he was just a dick who got shot. And you can have that opinion about her. But I'm not saying she was, I'm not the one sitting there acting like she is a martyr that we should be, lionizing. They hit Trump with 93 indictments. They. So let me put it this way. Trump was indicted 93 times for his crimes. While they had the Epstein files in possession of the FBI, so what? If there was something there, Biden would have arrested him for it like everything else. No, this is not actually logically sound thinking. First of all, Biden had nothing to do with any of those indictments. There was a special prosecutor that indicted him for the federal crimes. And then there were state prosecutors in Georgia and New York that indicted him for local crimes. Joe Biden didn't indict him for anything. Joe Biden actually never said anything about, I don't even think he said anything about any of Trump's indictments. And he certainly never said anything about the Epstein files. He is whether some people fault him for it, but nobody can deny it. He was a traditionalist in this regard. He kept himself separated from the DOJ, as it should have been. Remember, he kind of came up in the 70s, right after Nixon. He was very, very strong about the Department of Justice should operate independently. And as far as anybody has ever been able to show, he never once had anything to do with the Department of Justice. He let that operate independently. The only thing he had to do with the Department of Justice was nominate Merrick Garland to be his attorney general. So what makes you think that he knew what was in the Epstein files? This idea that he would have released them if Trump was in them is just bogus, because how do you know he knew what was in them? You liberals always have always bend things to fit your agenda. No, I don't want things to fit my agenda. I want my agenda to fit the things. So I don't know what lies I am telling here, but I adapt my thinking to fit the facts. I don't adapt the facts to fit my thinking. We played a stupid game in that last election, and our stupid prize was Trump and eventually World War III. Hopefully not, but I'm like way behind on I'm way behind on comments, aren't I? How far back? 436. Whoa, I'm like almost half an hour back. All right, so I'm sorry if I'm skipping over yours. I'm just skipping it. All logical arguments can be defeated simply by refusing to argue rationally. Or there's one of my favorite Bill Murray quotes. This is a great quote. It's hard to win an argument with a smart person, but it's damn near impossible to win an argument with a stupid person. I love that quote. I just said you'd bring, I don't know what you just said I would bring up. But her moving the car after the lawful, it wasn't a lawful order. I'm out having fun. Have fun taking shit that you have no control over. Perhaps you are right. So in this instance of Miss Gold, we know Miss Good, I think you mean. We know the scenario about the shooter. Her, what about her, the driver of the ICE vehicle, and is he getting charged with accelerating? I don't know what you mean. I don't know who. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. I don't know what the ICE vehicle is, or you keep promising to leave, but don't. Typical MAGA. Say one thing, do another. Kelly is a pretty good guy. He doesn't scream. He doesn't melt down. He doesn't ban the trolls. He lets you say all you want here, unlike others, other than political disagreements. What's the problem? Thanks, Brett. So did... look at that. So let's go back up here and see if... Yeah. So yeah, I was way behind. I ended up skipping ahead and got caught up. So I'm sorry if did some people like get all mad that I wasn't getting to theirs fast enough? Sea lioning is mostly what is going on here now, right? Sea lioning, I didn't even know what it was until like I went on a rant on Twitter about the acts of it. And but sea lioning, for those who don't know, sea lioning is like trying to pretend that you're engaging in a good faith debate, but it's actually not in good faith. And no matter what the other person says, you just like refuse to accept the reality that, you know, there's this other position. And I would love, once again, I'll say it again. It's up there in the description. If you would like to come on the show and have an honest debate, I am willing to. Speaking of taxes, the United States is not paying Greenland any rent on taxes on those bases. Denmark signed a bad deal in 1951. And on another note, where does Donald Trump get off saying that he's going to send Greenland money to, you know, where does he get the where does he get the authorization to like bribe Greenland to become Americans? Like that, doesn't that have to go through Congress? Where does he get off thinking that he can just buy another country? Okay. Well, thank you for giving me 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So those charges are fake. That's why the American people... The charges aren't fake. Just saying they're fake doesn't make them fake. Like, we saw the pictures of the documents in the bathroom and on the stage. We saw what happened on January 6th on our own TV while it happened live. You've been watching about 45 to 6. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe I'm not, maybe I'm annoying and just like not boring. But appreciate you hanging out. You need to stay on target, yo. You're all because I'm just going through the comments, like Brett said. What I do is I just go down the comments one at a time. So the comments are all over the place, which is why I'm all over the place. All logical are okay. So yeah, now we're back down here, but for her moving the car, the lawful to get out of the car, this would not have happened. So her family will have a difficult civil suit because her level of contributory negligence too high. I don't think she contributed to any. I think that any thought of that kind of gets thrown out by the idea that one, she had no reasonable expectation, and nobody should have, that trying to drive away would get her shot. And number two, the ICE officers were giving her conflicting orders. Some were telling her to leave, and he was telling her to get out. And she's got somebody climbing at the thing. She's got her dog in the back. She's got her wife having the little tete-a-tete with the other ICE officer. There's a lot going on there. And she was not like planning some terrorist activity, or like the whole idea that she was out and about and like just following around conducting terrorist activity and stuff kind of gets blown up by the fact she had just dropped her son off at school and had the dog in the back seat. Like, you don't generally put your dog in the car when you go around for an afternoon of terroristing. I'm out. Have fun talking about shit that you have no control over. Sadly, I don't. So in this instance, okay, so now we're coming back down to here. Okay, he absolutely escalated the situation immediately. The driver of the truck, I mean. Oh, so that, yeah, Jonathan Ross. I don't know if Ross was the driver. Was the guy that drove the truck, but yeah, if they had just kept going, like that whole truck had just kept going and nobody had ever stopped, we never know who John Ross was, and we never know who Renee Good was. The typical MAGA lib is just annoying. I don't know what a MAGA lib is. There was a truck that stopped and two officers got out. The driver approached her driver's side. So that guy, okay. The one that was standing in front of her while yeah. Okay. These protesters are organized, paid. This is gobbledygook. Just declaring everybody that disagrees with you as a paid protester that doesn't have a job is just dumb. Don't be dumb, Ken. You can be better than that. You've been on here before. I know that you can at least read, and you can apparently write. Where do you get who's paying them? George Soros? Does he have like an infinite amount of money? Like, don't you think that just like real people can agree with Trump for free that not everybody that's a protester is getting paid? I was not mad. I was confused. Him trying to enter his vehicle without a crime. In her vehicle, yeah. Like what? And again, like, this whole thing about her being stopped. That's if she was doing a traffic crime, let the local police take care of it. As a federal authority, he had no right to tell her that, he had no right to detain her. He could have called the cops. Cops could have come. Because he is a businessman idiot. He is a businessman idiot. He is a very big businessman idiot. He is such a business. He's such an idiot of a businessman that he bankrupted a casino. Grabbing a door handle is not trying to enter. Well, it's trying to open it. So whether he's trying to enter or yank her out or whatever, he's doing something he doesn't have any legal right to do, because again, he's an ICE officer. He's a federal officer. He doesn't have any authority over local traffic control. And she wasn't trying to impede him because she waved him past and he drove past her. So she wasn't trying to impede him, and she wasn't impeding him. Obviously, we're not influenced by the facts, but our interpretation of the facts. Adler. Good quote. Now the situation in the, well, except that some people are seem to be intolerant to the facts. You know, like the fact he drove past her, like that is a fact. He drove past her, right? So all the arguments about she was impeding an investigation or whatever, she wasn't, because he drove past her, and she wasn't even trying to, because she waved him forward. So some people just want to ignore the facts instead of interpret them. Now the situation, and you know, I'd be happy if somebody could give me an alternative explanation of why she waved him past if she was trying to intervene. Now the situation in the U.S. is MAGA versus wokies. I don't know what a wokie is. Like, what is a wokie? I know what a MAGA is. Like, MAGAs call themselves MAGAs. But wokies are what the MAGAs call everybody that disagrees with them. Anybody that thinks like black people have rights and lesbians have a right to get married and, employers have a right to hire black people. So I don't agree that this is A versus B. I think this is MAGA versus the world, and it's an us versus them. And everybody that isn't MAGA is them. And I don't think that we should cater to that. I don't think we should give that credence. I don't think we should give that air. There are all kinds of people. You know, like I had Joe Walsh on here one time as a guest, and we're actually friends, even though we disagree on a lot of things. And even Brett, you know, I know a lot of conservative, conventional Republicans who I get along with well, and who I agree with on some things and disagree with on some things. I know that there are people that probably voted for John McCain that when I voted for Obama, you know, that I can agree with on Trump and disagree with on a lot of other things. So it's not MAGA versus the wokies. It is MAGA versus everybody who doesn't like Trump. So Walter says, what is grabbing a door handle supposed to be? Grabbing a door handle does not mean trying to enter. You can hear the bang of the door handle flipping back when it comes out of his hand. This is from the pull of a locked door. Yeah, so the door was locked. That doesn't mean that, like, why were they trying to come in? Hey, Patty's back. Kitty's back. Patsy. Let me say Patsy. Patsy. How you doing, Patsy? Well, I have been listening. Not watching per se. Well, I thank you for listening. It's probably better if you're not watching and just listening. I do not have the most attractive face in the world. I will admit that. Tired. I think, you know why they call it being retired is you just get so tired of being tired, you just retired. The most calm people can't predict how they act when adrenaline takes hold of their body. There's only two responses, fight or flight. Okay, sorry. The shooter was already walking around the vehicle when the truck stopped, and the driver, what's the one that got out and tried to open up Renee's door? MAGA libs are MAGA and liberals. I don't know what that is. I'd be referring to the annoyance of tribal thinking, to where most logic and facts is ignored to the narrative. And I do try to avoid that, you know, and that's why if people like point out to an actual thing that's other than just rehashing the same stupid point over and over again, or, you know, like somebody brought in the Mims versus Pennsylvania, so I looked it up. I'm always happy to learn new information and adjust my thinking. But, you know, it didn't turn out that was actually, you know, a correct application. But I did learn something new. And I'm always happy to learn something new. Every right to detain her. Why did you? I'm not lying. He didn't have a right to detain her. As I said, she didn't commit any federal crimes. So he didn't have a right to detain her. That's not a lie. That's actually something that I even established. Again, I'll share this with you one more time. ICE agents here, right here. I don't know. Does that show up on the highlighting? Yes, it does. Okay. So I don't know if you can see the screen here, but it says ICE agents are federal and immigration enforcement officers, not general law enforcement officers. Their authority is specifically limited to immigration matters. They don't have roving authority to conduct traffic stops like state police do. So this was not somewhere where he had any authority over her to do anything at all. This was not a legal order that he gave. This was not something she had to follow. He was extending himself beyond his power, beyond his authority. Except you can literally look up videos of protesters admitting that they were getting paid. Sure, not all. You can literally look up, like, what does that even mean? Like, do you think that a MAGA can't go to a protest and then film himself saying he's getting paid? Anyway, the whole liberal protesters getting paid thing is just, I'm so tired of that one. You did this when you were in elementary school too. You've always been a liar. Didn't know you knew me when I was in elementary school. ICE does not have the right to detain a citizen without a legal warrant. Or which elementary school did you know me in there, Mr. Gardner? ICE does not have the right to detain a citizen without a legal warrant or judicial oversight. There's they can do it if they're witnessing a federal crime. And this is like, somebody being kidnapped or something. If they're physically or forcefully, like what was the, come back over here. Sorry. Over here, read this statute again. Under here, share this tab. USC, 18 USC, section 111, the legal standard. Whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. But this has to be forcefully, and the word forcibly fits to all of these verbs according to this Ninth Circuit ruling. So it means like whoever forcefully impedes. That would mean that she was forcefully, physically preventing him from being able to perform his duties. And that is negated by the fact she wove him past. That's kind of the opposite of impeding. And this is a statute that ICE has a really bad habit of overcharging on. They've made 247 arrests on this. Only 8 times it's been charged. Only 2 times it's been convicted. So this is more of a thing that they use to prevent people from protesting and deny First Amendment rights than it is to actually, prosecute people who impeded any official actual activity. And Walter's right. No other ICE officer felt like this was happening. I gotta say this because it's true. Racism is alive and well in the land of the free and the home of the free. I don't think there's any way that can be denied. I guess it can be, but it can't be honestly denied. No, it doesn't. And just saying that does not. I just read to you the law. All right. I just read the law to you. So saying I need to learn the law is not accurate. I taught you the law. You just refused to learn from it. It is literally available to you online to read the law. They do not have the right to detain an American citizen without legal oversight. You need to read the law. Okay. You're just flooding with accusations and name. Yeah. Gish galloping. That's what he's doing. You're just flooding with accusations and name calling, skipping from one subject to another. I am back. I'm back in the New York groove. Yeah. Okay. And again, I find another MAGA supporter that just wants to refuse the truth and then to call us stupid instead of actually debating it. And I would love that. I would love it if one MAGA would come on here and try and engage in a substantive conversation. Because I think that's what we need. We need to be able to have discussions, but discussions have to go two ways. They can't just be no. And then, yeah, he had every right. And it's like he didn't. The actual laws. I read to you the actual law. You don't know anything about me. And this is the same guy that says I was the same way in elementary school. Kitty's back, seriously surviving. I'm not calling people names in a desperate cry for attention. I'm thinking it is a debate. Have a good day. Yeah. So after the first ICE vehicle drove past, you can tell when that's text to speech, because it's funny how sometimes, the first vehicle drove past her with her motioning them on. By then, the shooter was already circling the vehicle. The second truck after the car went through stopped, and two men got out and then ordered it out of the vehicle. I think both people are in the wrong. The officer should not have been in front of the vehicle at the same time. I think the woman should not have pressed the gas pedal when there was a person in front. I don't think she realized he was in front, in all honesty. Because what happened is he walked in front when she was backing up. Right? And where are you usually focusing your attention when you're backing up? You're not looking in front of the car. You're either looking at your rear view camera or you're looking out the back. Nowadays, most people would be looking at the rear view camera. But she didn't know that I don't think she even knew he had moved in front of the car. She wasn't messing with federal agents. The federal agents were messing with her. Again, she was there before they were. And they got out and they messed with her. It's like when my mom used to ask me why I pushed my brother, and I would say, I didn't push him. He was running at me when I had my hands out. Like, no, she would never buy that for some reason. The chat's been mostly name calling as usual. It's been, yeah. Trump and Epstein weren't friends. Yes, they were. They weren't friends at the end, but they were friends for a long time. Let's just say they weren't friends kind of ignores the entire friendship part of their relationship. So here, let's just. I mean, for somebody that wasn't friends, there's a lot, like, why was he getting why was he getting birthday cards from Trump? So were they ever friends? Yes, Trump and Epstein were friends for approximately 15 to 20 years, spanning the late 80s through the mid 2000s. Trump's own words, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's said that he even likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. And Epstein's character, Epstein, I've been going back and forth. Like I was calling it Epstein because a certain person who I won't name told me that it's Epstein, but then I heard one of the victims call him Epstein. So now I'm going with Epstein, trying to reprogram my brain on that. Epstein's characterization called Trump his closest friend for 10 years. A description confirmed by multiple sources, including Maria Farmer, Epstein victim, Stacey Williams, former model who dated Epstein, Jack O'Donnell, Trump casino executive, all use best friend to describe their relationship. Evidence of the friendship, they socialized regularly. They were at parties at Mar-a-Lago, dinners at Epstein's Manhattan mansion, Victoria's Secret Angels events together. Flight records, Trump flew on Epstein's private jet at least 7 to 8 times in the 90s, including 4 flights where Ghislaine Maxwell was also aboard. Neighbors, they both had parties in Palm Beach, Florida. Personal contacts, Epstein's address book contained Trump's and Melania's phone numbers. Trump's name appeared multiple times. I think he had like 16 phone numbers for him or something like that. According to Epstein, Trump and Melania first had sex on Epstein's private jet. Wow. When it ended, it was around 2000, somewhere around 2004 or 2007. This is all disputed, and why. And I mean, like, if you just listen to Trump on it, it's disputed. Trump gives various accounts. There's some people that say it's over a bidding war over a Palm Beach mansion. Trump says that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after he sexually harassed a girl, but he's said contradictory things to that before too. And then there was, anyway, we won't go into the whole thing, but this just establishes there was an actual friendship between the two. So saying they weren't friends is not honest. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't even know what a MAGA liberal would look like. So she shouldn't have been messing with the federal agent. So in your version of American police can roll over you without any legal right and do anything they want to. Yeah, I mean, it's like, that's just so, what's the word I'm looking for? Fascist, police state, Nazi, goose stepping. If you were getting paid for protest, it shows you don't really believe in the cause you're cashing in. Right, but nobody's saying, I mean, okay, that has got several fallacies. First of all, does that mean that, like, Charlie Kirk doesn't really believe in his cause? He got paid. I mean, he got paid millions of dollars. I mean, it's not just protesting, but it's cause oriented. Like, he was going for a cause and he was making millions of dollars on it. Did he not really believe in that? Does none of the Republicans that get paid for organizing protests and organizing political rallies, do they not believe in it? Like, so first of all, your logic that if you're getting paid, it means you don't believe in it, that doesn't wash. Does that mean that podcasters that are getting paid, like Tim Pool or what's his name, Ben Shapiro, do they not believe what they're saying because they're getting paid? The other thing is, most of the protesters aren't getting paid. There's no evidence other than your statement that there's videos of people saying they were getting paid to protest. That's not proof of anything other than there might be videos of people saying they were getting paid to protest. They could be lying. They could be joking. And it doesn't say what percentage of them. If there's like 5 people out of 50 million. And also, I would love to get paid to protest. If you know how to get paid to protest, let me know, because I'm on that. I've been doing it for free this whole time. ICE agents have authority when they are being obstructed but they weren't being obstructed in their duties. We've been through this. Again, I keep having to come back to this. But once again, the law says that the legal standard is that it has to be forcibly impeded. That means that there has to be an actual physical thing preventing them from being able to do their duties. And even if you want to say that she was blocking the one lane, the fact she waved them past and they drove past shows that she was not forcibly impeding them. So the statute that you would cite is not valid. They didn't have the authority. Some protesters, unfortunately, do get paid, but of course it's a generalization. I'm all for getting paid. I don't have a problem with people. It's kind of funny if like all of a sudden Republicans are against capitalism or something. Like, what's wrong with getting paid? But I don't think that everybody that's doing it is getting paid. I don't think everybody that went to a MAGA rally was getting paid to go there. Why is it that like you think that everybody that goes to a MAGA rally is getting paid or is going there for free, and nobody that goes to a protest is doing it? Can't we have both sides that just believe in what they believe in, and they're expressing what their beliefs are? Like every single right-wing TikTok influencer, you mean? Yes. This is just idiotic thinking. Even if you people were getting paid to protest, a few people getting paid does not account or speaks for everybody. Exactly. And with that, if anything is wrong with getting paid. And if he had been doing anything else, she would have been alive today. If he had just kept driving, you make it about her fault because she happened to be where she was when he decided that he was going to pull over and create a situation that he had no legal right to create and then empty his gun in her face. No, it's not about what she did. It is about what he did. It might be a hard concept for you to wrap your head around, but if he had just followed procedure and the law, she would still be alive today. It seems you're the person with the hard concept. By your definition, it is okay for police to even execute you if you're doing something that they consider is wrong. And what they do, by the way, also is irrelevant. Like, they don't have to follow the law. And so it's like I've said this over and over again on this show. If you have to break the law to enforce the law, there is no law. MAGA, go to protests and pose as the opposing party. There is even a term for it, false flag. I'm not misreading the law. And I pointed out, once again, if you want me to go back to it, I'll show you this again. 247 people arrested based on this law, and 2 end up being convicted. 2 convictions out of 247 arrests. So what are they doing? They're just arresting them under false pretext, not charging them. Only 8 have been charged, but they've been detained for an average of 8.5 hours. So no, I'm not misreading the law. You didn't even know what the law was. Now you're an expert on it. Black blocs are an example of the organized protesters which are used by high powers to destabilize peaceful protesters. I honestly don't know anything about all that. So I'm not arguing with it or agreeing with it. I just admitting I don't know anything about what any of that is. Doesn't your daddy call that the weave? Am I weaving? Am I weaving? MLK birthday on Monday. How would that be viewed? I'm surprised he hasn't tried to declare it's not a holiday anymore. Actually, we have some kick-ass conversations with some. We've had good conversations. We have. Skippy, we've had some good conversations with. Skippy, yes. Skippy's not in here right now, but Skippy's good, dude. A lot of lawyers are saying different. A lot of lawyers. Well, that sounds like a really good source right there. A lot of lawyers whether they disagree or not, the facts remain the same. The facts are that the the court, the Ninth Circuit, held in U.S. versus Lemonicus that forcibly modifies all subsequent verbs, meaning that the statute requires physical force or violent conduct. Recording from a distance, verbal protests, and peaceful protests do not meet this threshold. She was not preventing them from being able to do anything. She was not physically or violently preventing them from doing anything. Whether or not you have some lawyer on Fox that's spewed a bunch of nonsense is not relevant. What the actual appeals court has said about this actual statute being enforced this actual way, the fact that they've only gotten 2 convictions out of 247 arrests, that matters. I don't care what a lot of lawyers said. All right, see you, Brett. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Oh, I think of it differently. If you know someone is armed, why harass it? Okay, she wasn't harassing anybody. They harassed her. What part of that is you? She was there before them. When she was there, they were not present. You get that? Like, she was there, minding her own business. Then they came along. They drove past her. They parked their car. They got out of their car. They came over and they harassed her. Then they told her to leave, and then they told her to get out of the car while they were telling her to leave, and then they put bullets in her head. So I don't know where you get off thinking that she was harassing them. Only thing she said to them was, "I'm not mad at you, bro. You're just trying to do your job." No, that's not true, Boxer. I've already been through that too many times. You're really just trying to make it her fault. I am saying that she didn't know in the quarter of a second where she had backed up to avoid the guy that she was supposedly trying to hit, that he was going to be an idiot and walk in front of the car during that quarter of a second. She was going like a mile an hour. You guys make it sound like she was like jammed a pedal to the metal and was like trying to go as fast as she could. She was barely moving forward. He was grabbing for her gun. You can look at it and you can see while the taillights were on, you can see him reaching for his gun. So, are the backup lights? Why were her backup lights on while he started to reach for his gun? If he thought she was trying to run him over? Why did his camera show her steering away if he really thought she was trying to hit him? They both literally said they were best friends. Oh, we're back on that. From his point of view, you can clearly see her hands turning the wheel. Yeah. And I mean, we know that for a fact that he could see that because he recorded what he saw. At one point, her partner is at the side of the vehicle while she's backing up and even bumps her partner because she's focused on the agent trying to open her door. She then makes eye contact with the agent in front and begins to hard turn her wheel, even though the initial acceleration went forward. I misstated. Agent had to reasonably believe he was in fear of serious bodily injury, not even fear of death. But he didn't really believe that. And that's not DHS policy. DHS policy, okay, just going to go through this again. First, there's something called the totality. There's something called officer-induced jeopardy, which means that if an officer puts himself in danger, then that danger can't be used as authorization for lethal force. He put himself in front of the car. She did not put him in front of the car. She didn't aim for him and then drive at him. He walked in front of the car. You don't walk in front of a moving car. Like, most people know that. That should not be something that you have to be taught. So there's also something called the totality of the circumstances, and not just in that instant. All right. So he created the danger in the totality of the circumstances. He walked in front of the car and he created that danger. And because he created that danger, lethal force was not authorized. It's not just in that 1 or 2 seconds. There's actual court history on this where what they call the totality of the circumstances comes into play. This is actually Supreme Court ruling. I can't remember the name of the law, but this is not something I'm just spewing or making up. If they weren't friends, why did Jeffrey? I don't know. You have to ask Bubba about that one. Adolf Trump and Epstein were friends. Adolf Trump brought his consent, his current sex. Yeah, I don't know about that. There's some allegations that Melania was introduced to him through Trump or through Epstein. Anybody going to see the Melania movie? Like, I would, like, anybody at all. Like, I can't imagine anybody wanting to watch that movie. Like, I don't even think Donald's going to go see it. Okay, I don't know what I'm like. You're just saying stuff, dude. Yeah, and you're calling truth. This is like you're calling reality gaslighting. I'm quoting laws to you, and you're just sitting there. Oh, you're gaslighting me. I'm not gaslighting you, dude. I'm wrong. I'm reading to you the actual law. That's exactly right. The problem with the substance discussion with the Trump supporter means that the truth will be denied. How can you have an argument that you already know will never be accepted? And that's why I said, like, from the beginning, I was just like, the only rule is you have to. It was Kitty was here. Then I said the very first thing was like, the only rules are you have to like, you have to like be factual. And right away, Amaga got really upset. That's not a debate. Like if I have to use facts and what kind of debate is that? She disappeared again. Anyway, I think it's reasonable to believe he was in fear of serious bodily injury. The standard is lower. I don't think he wasn't. I don't think he was in reasonable fear of reasonable bodily injury. And I think that the whole thing about the totality of the circumstances, the fact he put himself in it, the fact that he was to the left of the vehicle when he fired all 3 shots, the fact that he pulled his gun while she was still going backwards. I don't think he really thought he was in danger. And I don't think anybody else did, because as Walter has pointed out several times, nobody else was pulling their gun. Nobody else thought she was trying to kill him. And he wasn't in line with department policy. He wasn't involved with legal, with the law. Like, there's a guy in jail for doing exactly what he did. A cop in jail for 27 years for doing exactly what he did. I look forward to getting Trump's flight logs. It's the only kind of logs you'll ever want to see from Donald Trump. I had to say it. It's the pun show. Got to have the puns every now and then. She had her attention focused on the agent. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on. So maybe he was just an idiot for walking in front of the car. Or maybe that was on purpose. Maybe that was a feature, not a bug. People, enough with this whole file thing. There's no smoking gun. You've seen all there is to see. There's no. Well, only 1% of it has been released, and I mean, I question. At first I was thinking, well, maybe there's probably nothing there, but then it's about, justice for the victims, And B, like only 1% has been released, and they keep finding new files, and I mean, and it's been now well over 2 months since the law was passed, and they're like a month past the deadline, and starting to sound like they're they might not want you to see something. Susan Oliver reposted. Thank you, Susan Oliver. Jolliver. Susan Jolliver. Makes me think of John Oliver. For a second there, I thought John Oliver. Well, if John Oliver reposted my stream, I would be very, very happy. Have you read that? Have you actually read that? That law? Because I have. Well, but then you're actually quoting what's in it, but there's more to it than that. And you're cherry picking the part of it. And it's the totality of the circumstances, Boxer. Like I appreciate you actually bringing up the actual law, not the live one that they put up. Not true. Forcibly has been interpreted, but she wasn't doing anything with her vehicle forcibly. Like whatever was interpreted in those other situations, she was just standing there. She was just sitting there. We're talking here about the pretext upon which they were coming up to her. She was not doing anything when they approached her. She was just sitting in her car. She was originally from Colorado. She moved to Missouri. She was living in Kansas City. She moved to Minnesota about 9 months ago with her wife. So yeah. There's like, because she had Missouri plates, there was some confusion over, like, she come from out of state, like she came from out of state with a glove compartment full of stuffies and a dog in the back seat, and just to go participate and chase around ICE agents. Like, there's a lot of disinformation about her. She didn't abuse her children. There's nothing about that. She wasn't following around ICE all day. She had just dropped her kid off from school. She wasn't sitting there blaring her horn for half an hour. They took Mills. I don't know what that is. Milk's name. I don't know who's Milk. MAGA are terrorists. ICE feels like they're more terrorists than anybody they're arresting for terrorism. I don't think that she could have done, like, I really don't think she has any blame, honestly, Christopher. I really don't. I think she was just sitting there minding her own business. She had all these ICE agents surrounding her. She's got everybody yelling at her. I really don't think she was trying to kill anybody. I think she was just trying to leave the scene. And not leave the scene, just leave it. I think she was just trying to drive away. I think if he had driven past her and the other cars had followed her, she would have just driven past them. She was just letting them by. She was in the middle of a 3-point turn, and all of this happened. And with the number of American citizens being detained and beaten and stuff like that, I wouldn't want, like, you got to understand, she's a woman. And you've got 4 guys sitting there hovering around her. No, you can. Because they had no legal right. And it wasn't okay. I'm going to say this again, Boxer. I want you to really focus. Listen to me. She did not disobey a lawful order. It's not determined by a judge later. It's obeyed. She did not disobey a lawful order. He did not have the authority to tell her to get out of the car. He is not a Minnesota traffic cop. He is an ICE agent. She knew he didn't have that authority. He knew he didn't have that authority. Anybody that can read knows he didn't have that authority. You don't need a judge to do that. The issue with saying a lot of lawyers is that there is so many subjects of the law. Nearly every lawyer is best. Yeah, and it's like just a lot of lawyers. It's so vague. I like when somebody says a lot of lawyers say this. You might as well say no lawyers say this. Christopher, I appreciate you because you use your name instead of a handle. And Christopher is at least trying to engage in an actual conversation. Like, I'll give credit. Christopher seems like an honest dude. Like, he honestly disagrees, and he disagrees honestly. But the fact is that this ICE officer should know, because he's been there for like 10 years. He knows what his authority is and where it ends. He murdered her. People just agree you have different opinions and ended the topic. I don't know what that means. I know that he ended her life. I feel like we're going to end this until I die, Rabbit. All right, we're going to argue about this. I keep trying to move on, but they can make a reasonable mistake. But when it's not a lawful order. Putting it all in caps doesn't make it a lawful order. Show me where it says. So you know, you showed me. You tried to, like you brought up another law, right? The USC 8. Show me what law allows ICE agent to enforce local traffic laws. Show me where that is. Prove to me that it was a lawful order. No, he's not criminally liable for making a reasonable mistake. He's criminal liable for an unjustified shooting. And there is actually a man in prison right now that fired 6 shots into the side of a car and killing a man in the exact same situation. They started backing up. He was to the side of the car. He fired 6 shots into the car and he killed the person. And it was he tried the same thing. He thought they were going to try to hit him and all of that. And no, you're on the side of the car. You can't reasonably believe that. That guy is in jail doing 27 years right now. So yes, you can be held legally accountable for murder or manslaughter or whatever you want to call it. But lethal force has to be justified, and that is not considered justified. That's not a reasonable mistake. That's murder. If you say something, I'm going to comment on it. If you get mad over me commenting something based on what you said, this is your problem. I don't know what that means. I haven't gotten mad at anybody for commenting anything. I've gotten frustrated with the fact that people keep commenting the same thing over and over again after I already address it. without even acknowledging that I've addressed it. I literally don't care if someone comes from me. I'll give them all of this info they need. If a car comes towards you, you are in. No, you're not. And the car wasn't coming toward him. The car was steering away from him, and he knows this. I would rather be anally fisted by Freddy Krueger than watch the Melania. Oh my goodness. Like Eddie Krueger and Mr. Scissors Hands at the same time. But yeah, we're done with that. Yes, yeah, so I'm not alone here. A movie about, like, I do not know if anybody is going to go see that. I personally, I think this was like not something any whatever production company. I wonder who's producing. Let me see this. Who produced the Melania movie? I'm wondering if this is like Paramount or something. So just waiting here. I wonder if this is like one of those things he made. Amazon MGM Studios reportedly paid $40 million to license the film and produce a follow-up. Oh, interesting. Okay. So here, let me come back over here. So share about the film. It's a directive producer is Brett Ratner. And its distributor is Amazon MGM Studios. Reportedly paid $40 million to license, film, and produce follow-up series. The Brett Ratner context, this is a notable choice. Brett Ratner, director of Rush Hour film, was one of the prominent Hollywood figures accused of sexual misconduct during the Me Too movement in 2017. So he's probably got some kind of axe to grind. His return as director of a First Lady documentary, particularly given the administration's connection to Jeffrey Epstein, which we just discussed, is significant. Represents either rehabilitation of the Trump administration is willing to work with figures rejected by mainstream Hollywood due to Me Too allegations. Amazon outbid Disney and Paramount for the rights, reportedly paying $40 million total for the documentary and follow-up series. Okay, does wondering if Amazon or MGM has any ties to the Trump administration. I just cannot. I can't imagine why there was like a bidding war on this. But Paramount, they've got the whole merger thing happening, and then you had what was the other one? Like the other two all had like some sort of yes. Amazon has massive financial ties to the Trump administration relationship resembles. So current financial exposure, government contracts, Amazon Web Services, Blue Origin. Regulatory exposure, FTC antitrust lawsuit currently pending against Amazon could be dropped or settled favorably under the Trump administration. So yeah, that's what I figured. The whole thing is just another, like, I can't see, like, anybody would really go and actually want to do this. No, this is another thing Trump is trying to push. Why is there a movie for anything? Well, for most movies, it's because people actually have an interest in seeing it, like, and paying to see it. Do you know anybody that's running out and, like just looking forward to the Amazon movie coming out? You've seen the trailers? Like, I mean, like, people make a movie because people want to see it, but nobody wants to see the Melania movie. No, my actual argument is not based on Hindsight Boxer, and neither is my interpretation of the law. It's based on what happened to the totality of the circumstances. I don't hate America. It sounds like something you could, like. It sounds like it wouldn't even do well on the Lifetime channel. Like, because Lifetime channel is, like, I always just think of a bunch of liberal women that watch that. But I don't, maybe like, on, where, like what is that called? There's like some kind of streaming service for Christian TV. I can't remember, where, like, you can stream Netflix and it bleeps out all the curse words or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. I am literally going through the files myself every day. I run the Epstein Wiki website. I am telling you, you have enough to show what Trump is and his involvement. I have spoken to several survivors. Yeah, don't mess with Kitty on the Epstein thing. She will. She knows more than you do. Like, none of the other officers pulled their weapon. That tells you a lot. I look forward much to you might have resistance, Kitty, and hope you will make it public. Oh, it is public. What is I think the website, the site is EpsteinWiki.com, and it's a great site. You just go there and it's got like searchable stuff, and like it's got all the different information from all the available sources put in one spot. She's doing a fantastic job with it. My ADHD brain can't look through files anymore. These arguments are not about law, but I am also an ADHD person. I don't know. I probably have my very own space on the spectrum. They're going to call it Kelly's disease some point in time. I get a ton of terrorizing MAGA emails or tweets on the daily. Oh my goodness, I hadn't thought about that. Get some, and it's so funny. It's like, all of a sudden, like, the MAGAs are all, oh, how come all Democrats are all of a sudden all for the release of the Epstein files and they weren't? And it's like, why are you all of a sudden against it? Like, I honestly had about 15 minutes of interest in Epstein in 2019. I did not really know what was going on. I didn't know about all of it. I'm like most people. Then when he committed government-assisted suicide, I kind of got a little bit interested, and then things moved on. He was dead. I didn't know that there were like 1,000 victims and all that stuff. Then when the victims started making all this noise, I started paying attention to it this summer. And it was because, one, they started doing all the, like, they started making all these, I'm sorry, got the hiccups. The Trump administration started making all this noise about how they were going to release the files, and then, like, they had all these right-wing podcasters that were all about the files and saying, release the files, and then they gave them these binders full of files that was all filled with information that Biden had already released. And that kind of pissed off those podcasters, because they really thought that, there was going to be something released, and they didn't think that they were just going to become like little what's the word I'm looking for? Like little cosplayers in Pam Bondi's little play. And so then they got upset about it. And so they're the ones that actually started making the stink about it. It was actually the right wing of the what we will call now the Marjorie Taylor Greene wing of the Republican MAGA movement that started making a stink out of it. But then, and I've given her credit for it, by the way. Marjorie Taylor Greene deserves credit for this. And she had a lot to do with getting that bill passed. And she took courage to sit there while Donald Trump was, like literally called her into the Situation Room and berated her. And she stuck to her guns. She really was about defending the victims. I might disagree with her about a lot of things, and I think she's got to at least call David Hogg and give him an apology before I'm ready to accept her, like the new reformed MTG. But I can still give her credit for doing what she did. She did do the right thing here. And it is about the victims, and the victims appreciate her for this. And they thought that Donald Trump was going to release the files, and they're really upset now. There's some of them that voted for Trump that are saying they regret their vote. So a lot of this was, a lot of the whole, why don't the Democrats care about it now? And maybe, like you can say that the Democrats deserve some fault for, like jumping on the bandwagon and seeing what was happening. But they didn't create the controversy. They just kind of saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. But most of them, like you go and you look at the Google search history for Epstein, and there was basically nobody really knew about Epstein. People, well, this one girl, the congresswoman that was, like getting text messages from Epstein and the whole thing. Like most people didn't really know what had happened. Until like this summer. I didn't, I admit I didn't. I read a lot, but I didn't know that much about the Epstein situation. I know there were people that did. I think Kitty was on this a long time ago, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was on it. Okay. Oops does not keep you out of prison. Both sides absolutely made bad decisions. However, I would say that the person in authority with the weapons, had the slightly greater responsibility. Had the significantly greater. Hope you all have a lovely day. I'm going to cook up some burritos. Burritos sounds good. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for stopping by there, First Dr. Dead. And I'm getting to the point where it's probably time to end the podcast. I'm over 4 hours now. And the George Floyd thing, I think Floyd is mostly playing. I think he was just fighting to be able to breathe. And I think that the guy who knelt on his neck, I think that the courts have decided that one. So think if you're kneeling on somebody's neck, they're allowed to try to get up and breathe. $40 million to do a story about Melania. She's not exactly Eleanor Roosevelt or Jackie. I mean, like they didn't. I'm probably going to make some MAGAs mad about this. Michelle Obama is a lot more popular than Melania Trump. And there's no movie about Michelle. I'd go see a movie about Michelle. Anyway, I got to go, but I think everyone is arguing about what the facts are and then arguing when interference to draw from these facts. So, but I'm stating what the facts are and what the laws are, and you're not really addressing what I am saying about those. Okay, here you. It's not just a smokescreen, Boxer. That's what the legal history shows. That's what the courts have actually said. This is not just words I'm talking about. That's the actual context that the court considers in these things. So, all right. Thanks everybody for popping on and hanging out, and however long you are here. Appreciate meeting some new friends like Boxer and Christopher there. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, starting at 2. If you haven't already done so, don't forget to click subscribe. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.